4 minutes, counselors, 4 minutes. Two-minute warning, counselors, 2-minute warning.
Did we order any bread by chance?
Yes, it comes
Okay,
with it.
perfect. Hello? Hello?
Hi, I'm trying to join the city council meeting.
I'm calling the November 30th special meeting of the Roswell City Council to order. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Peterson. Here. Councilor Sanchez.
Yeah.
Counselor Kennard,
Here.
Counselor Stubbs,
Here.
Counselor Foster,
Here.
Counselor Oropesa,
Here.
Counselor Perry,
Here.
Counselor Best,
Here.
Counselor Roebuck, Counselor Moore,
Here.
Mayor Kintai.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, counselors, we're in a special session tonight for the items on the agenda that will be presented by Counselor Stubbs at this point. Counselor?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the special city council meeting agenda for Monday, November 30th, 2020, as presented.
I have a motion by Counselor Stubbs and a second by Counselor Foster to approve the agenda as presented. Any discussion or debate on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll ask for a voice vote to approve the agenda. A yes or aye approves the agenda. A no or nay rejects the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. I have Counselor
Mr.
Peters.
Mayor, I'm sorry, my vote should have been no.
Okay, I have
With
Counselor.
an explanation, please.
Okay, I have Counselor Peterson and Counselor Oropesa voting no. Counselor Oropesa, to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want the people to know that the reason I'm voting no is for several reasons. In my opinion, the actions items 3, 4, 5, and 6 on today's agenda should have been sent to either the Public Safety Committee or the Legal Committee to be vetted or vetted. I do not see the expediency of these items other than the mayor obliging one councilor's request. I personally do not consider this to be an emergency, so I do not see the reason why we are having this special meeting. The fact that we are having this special meeting, in my opinion, strengthens my argument that we do not need the committee system that we have in place at the current time, because items will be forwarded to the council in one way or another, whether they go through committee or not. In my opinion, it seems that if you are in good standing with the mayor, you can call a special meeting and be granted that request, such as the case tonight. According to the information reported by the Roswell Daily Record, the mayor called this meeting to address the closing of Sam's and Albertsons box stores. However, I don't see any agenda item addressing this issue directly. I can only conclude this meeting was called at the request of Councilor Roebuck and approved by the mayor, since Councilor Roebuck will introduce item number 3. I believe this is the same councilor that accused me of wasting taxpayers' money in the November meeting when I requested items to be pulled from the consent agenda. The implied message was that by pulling all consent agenda items, the meeting would go longer than usual, whereby staff was required to stay late and be paid additional money for their time. Having staff here for this meeting tonight beyond their regular working schedule does not seem to be a problem now. So I wonder why. Based on this information, I feel the need to apologize, and I guess it's my turn to apologize to staff, as a lot of them did last month on my behalf. I apologize to staff for being required to be here needlessly, in my opinion, after the regular work schedule, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselors, this is a special council meeting. I called this on my own initiative, and this is my fault, if you will. As such, it is a matter of great interest, concern, and discussion in this community. How the state and this community and this body responds to the COVID situation, the COVID crisis, the COVID pandemic, COVID period. As such, I will ask us all to understand that although this is a time of great intense feelings and emotions and concerns, that this is the governing body of the city of Roswell. I ask each and every one of you to maintain the decorum which the citizens of this community have a right to expect. They have a right to hear your positions on these important issues, to understand how you feel and why you feel the way you do. If you choose to speak, please speak with clarity, brevity, and integrity. I will ask you also to be respectful of each other, the other citizens in this community. Finally, 2 housekeeping matters. One is cell phones. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones. I am as notorious as any for not doing that, so I will strive to do that at this moment. And the other point I will make is that Councilor Perry, for reasons, has chosen to sit off the podium or the dais. That option is available to all of you. If you should feel the need or the desire to do so at our next meetings, please let staff know ahead of time so that proper arrangements can be made. We will do everything possible, or staff will do everything possible to accommodate you. I'm afraid because of my duties, I am stuck here at this position. Finally, I will note that our voting equipment is not functioning tonight. Okay, did I misread your note?
Well, the voting equipment is functioning fine with the exception of Counselor Perry at this time cannot use the voting equipment. Therefore, we're not going to apply that tonight.
Well, okay. I stand corrected. Thank you, Ms. Call. We're not going to use the voting equipment because Counselor Perry does not have one at his station. So I will probably go to roll call votes in all of these, just to make sure there's clarity to staff. Furthermore, staff is not going to be making presentations tonight. We are meeting to give direction or not to staff. We are not asking them for an opinion. We're hearing, we're speaking, and we're deciding. So I will ask you to minimize the requests to Mr. Nebb and his team. Without further ado, moving on to item number 3, Councilor Roebuck.
Sorry, we're not using the boxes. Mr. Mayor, I move the Roswell City Council directs the city manager to open all city facilities and return all city services to normal operation. In addition, the Roswell City Council directs the city manager to get consent from the city council before closing any city facilities and services for more than 48 hours. The city manager may, at his discretion, implement any safety protocol he deems appropriate and prudent to facilitate the normal operations of city facilities and services. This directive expires March 1st, 2021.
I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck to invoke the directive as presented. Do I have a second? I have a second by Councilor Best. First, we're going with Councilor Roebuck. Councilor Roebuck, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this good? Is this working fine for you? Okay. So I want to speak to this issue, and I've also brought in some people to share as well. And I think that the issue that we are dealing with is this current dilemma. Is we have COVID-19. Now, COVID-19 is a highly contagious virus that is widespread and can be fatal with those with compromised health and the elderly. I was told by one medical professional that the COVID is 38 times more productive than your normal flu. Most people fully recover from COVID and without any medical treatment. To help stop the spread of this highly contagious virus, the governor in the state of New Mexico has implemented a series of lockdowns and other restrictions. The negative side of these lockdowns has been a financial impact, especially brutal on the poor, an educational impact, a negative impact on children, an increase of depression and suicide, an increase of domestic violence, an increase of drug and alcohol abuse, and a decrease in preventative care, including vaccines, especially with children, and health screenings, especially cancer, which is normally a number 1 or number 2 killer in the state of New Mexico. And this is kind of why I bring this motion forward. Specifically, I think this is the most important piece of all these problems. Our lockdowns have caused significant damage to the development of our children and our youth. These children and youth represent the future of our community, and they are, in some ways, the most vulnerable. Being in my 40s, if I lose a year of my 40s, I'm going to be able to recover okay. My path and trajectory is already set. For these children and these youth, they are at a very pivotal times where their paths can take vastly different directions. I have a series of people I've asked to come and speak and share their experiences because I think they can share them better than I can tell them. And the first one is Jeff Lynn, football coach from Roswell High School. I don't know how we flag these guys.
Is Mr. Lynn, Coach Lynn?
He's coming.
Great.
Okay. Who's after Coach Lynn?
After Coach Lynn is Chris Van Dyke.
Mr. Van Dyke, get him in the on-deck circle, please. All right.
Good evening.
Counselor.
Let me take this off real quick. Sorry. Good evening. My name is Jeff Lynn. I'm the head football coach at Roswell High School. I also teach economics to seniors. I was asked here to speak on some of the impacts of COVID on our youth, and I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to speak. My mother, when I was growing up, she required us to play sports. She required us to go to church. She required us to be in the FFA. She required us to be busy. And her thought process was, idle hands are the devil's playground. She really felt that if we weren't busy, we were getting into trouble. And this is what I've seen as a result of our schools being shut down, our athletics are being closed, our extracurriculars being shut down. Kids are suffering. Just some of the things I want to highlight. The first one is gun violence. I've seen an uptick in gun violence in my kids here in Roswell. I've had 4 gun violence incidents since this thing started. I've had 2 young men that were former players that have killed. One killed his cousin and one killed his roommate. I had another kid that shot himself in the leg. I've had another kid who was out at Cielo Grande on Labor Day, and a car pulled up next to him and blasted his driver's side door with a shotgun. Idle hands are the devil's playground. If we don't give these kids something to do, they'll find something to do. Suicide is up. The New Mexico Activities Association reports that 8 student athletes have committed suicide since March. We've had a young man in Hagerman that committed suicide back earlier in the fall. Idle hands are the devil's playground. In Farmington, suicides are up like 110%. If we don't give these kids something to do, they'll find something to do. Grades. Grades are horrible. Artesia High School, Cooper Henderson gave me these stats. In 2019, at the first 9 weeks of school in Artesia High School, they had 126 total Fs out of their student body. 126 total, okay? Whatever their student body is, there's probably 800-900 kids that go to school in Artesia, okay? They had 126 total Fs. 2020, the first 9 weeks, they had 1,437 Fs. That's an 1,100% increase. Our online education system is not working. The PED reports that 76,000 kids have no access to the internet. That's Chavez County. We've got a group of kids the same size as Chavez County that have no access to the internet. How are those kids learning? I see it all the time. We have 12,000 kids that are unaccounted for. School districts don't know where they have gone. We have the New Mexico High School Activities Association reported that 68% of student athletes have at least one F. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Abuse is up. CYFD reported that referrals to CYFD for the month of April were down 44%. Why is that? Because over half of referrals to CYFD come from school personnel. Well, if school's not in session, do kids stop being abused? Right? That 44% decrease in referrals. How many kids are in hopeless situations right now? How many of those 12,000 kids that are unaccounted for in our state are in hopeless situations that they can't get out of because their only hope was going to school? Idle hands are the devil's playground. And guys, these are the things that we can see. These are the things that we can see, right? These are the things that we can measure. We can measure how many people have committed suicide. We can measure Fs. We can measure gun violence. But what's going on underneath the surface? I'll tell you what's going on underneath the surface. I had a 15-year-old kid whose mom came to me back in June. She fears that her son is addicted to internet porn. He lays in bed all day and watches internet porn. Now that's healthy, right? You know, I had another 15-year-old mom. She came to me in tears. Her son has straight Fs, has 8 Fs. He takes 8 classes, he has 8 Fs. She goes to work at 7 o'clock in the morning. She gets off at 5. He doesn't get on his classes. He's flunking every class. You know, and she's like, well, Coach, can you help me out? And I can't help him out. If I see that kid and I get my hands on that kid, I can help that kid. If I see him day after day, I can help that kid. But when I don't see him, I can't. There's no way to help him. You know, idle hands are the devil's playground. So there's a lot of things that are going on beneath the surface that we don't know. And I don't know what the answer is. Well, I do know what the answer is. We need to open schools and we need to get back to business. You know, I'm not insensitive to the disease. I'm not insensitive to the virus. You know, and I understood the initial lockdowns. You know, back in March, the estimates that I saw is this thing could kill 2 to 3% of our population. Well, 2 to 3% of Roswell's 2,500 people. Well, if we have 2,500 people showing up at our hospitals, that's an issue. I mean, that's chaos. But we haven't moved with the data. At this point, we know who this thing is affecting. It's affecting people with underlying conditions and the elderly population. That's a group of people that should be able to take care of themselves, should be able to make good decisions for themselves. And what we're doing is we're sacrificing a group of people in kids that aren't old enough to make decisions for themselves. There's a reason why they're still in school. There's a reason why they're still living with their parents, because they're not in a position to make good decisions for themselves. So we're sacrificing that group of people for a group of people that should be able to make decisions for themselves. And I'm not insensitive. I mean, this thing's real. I mean, Councilor Robeck said it's 38% more deadly than the flu. I get that. But at this point, we know who's affected. We know who's at risk. And we need, and it's like my dad says, we're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. We're robbing from our kids to take care of a different group. I appreciate you guys letting me talk. I hope I haven't taken too much time. If I can help in any way moving forward, I certainly will. I'm passionate about kids. I'm passionate about Roswell. And if I can do anything to help this group, I certainly will. Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Van Dyke. He's a youth pastor at Grace Community Church, and he'll tell us what information he's brought. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for allowing me the time to share my concerns about what lockdown has done to the teenagers that I work with. As Counselor Roebuck said, I work at Grace Community Church. I've been there about 4 years, just over 4 years. I've been here in Roswell working with teenagers for 4 years. So I've seen a significant amount of time with the teenagers here. Before Grace, I'd worked 12 and a half years at my previous church in Phoenix. So I've got a lot of history with teens, and even before I was paid to be a youth pastor, I volunteered with teenagers in various different programs for approximately 6 years. I've got 22 years of teenage experience. And over those 22 years, certainly I've seen anxiety and depression and suicide. That is always something that comes with the territory of teenagers, and I've had to deal with it. But in the last 10 months, it has been accelerated beyond like anything I've ever seen. Just generally speaking, I have seen more and more students placed on antidepressants and anxiety meds during these lockdowns. Students who were never on them before, never needed those kind of medications before. I'm fortunate in my ministry right now at Grace. My wife works part-time for me, and primarily she was hired to be an administrative assistant, do the detail work for me. She also happens to be a great counselor, loves the students, and in the last 10 months I have seen she can't get her administrative work done. The amount of students that are coming in and out of her office who need to just sit and talk and share about what's going on, and the tears that have been shed in her office. I watched my poor wife come home day after day after day, exhausted with the work that she's doing, but bemoaning the fact that she's never been able to accomplish her tasks. I've had to take a bunch of those back. So both my wife and I are working extra. I'm doing all the administrative stuff I hired her to do, and she's counseling dozens of teenagers. I probably watch her do 10 to 15 hours a week just counseling teens. When I go back to 2019 and I think about, like I said, my wife's a great counselor. She's always done this. She loves those teenagers. But it was maybe 1 or 2 special occasions throughout the week where a student needed something, and she talked with them for an hour or two. I mean, we're talking 2-5 hours max before the lockdowns. Since the lockdowns have come, like I said, the anxiety, the pressure, the stress on these students has just been out of control. From their peers, as I do interact with some of the teens, the stories of alcohol and drug use are prolific. They are going through the roof. With the lockdowns, it was mentioned just the financial hit that it's had on our families. We sell pizza Wednesday nights when we do our Wednesday night program, and there are more and more students who are coming and can't afford pizza. We're just giving away free pizza, just trying to help students just so they can have a dinner. They can't afford just $1 for a slice. We have several students and young adult leaders who just randomly show up at the church all hours of the day. If they know that me or my wife are there, they show up because they literally have nothing else to do. They are bored stiff. Specific stories I have. These are just general things that I've shared so far, but I've got a high school girl. She was one of my student leaders, an amazing woman. She was leading a small group of girls. She was highly influential in a lot of events and decisions that were being made in the student ministry. She was a huge positive influence on our students. And since COVID-19, I've watched her deteriorate under anxiety. Her social connections have fallen apart. She dropped her small group, which devastated our junior high girls, one of which was mine. She's all but quit coming. We're lucky to see her once a month in the ministry. So to have someone so involved and now with the lockdowns just kind of ripped away from us. At the beginning of the summer, I was actually drawn into a situation where 4 of our junior high girls were hanging out together, home alone because parents are gone working. They're not at school. They have nothing to do. Boredom kicked in. Guys were invited over. Drugs, alcohol. All of a sudden, all 4 girls, junior high girls, 7th and 8th graders, had experimented with drugs, and one of them was raped. Another one of our students, again, home alone, parents are gone, ended up being molested by one of her siblings. One of our students has parents who hang on every word of the governor, and every lockdown order comes in. She's greatly afraid of the virus and refuses to let her daughter leave the house. So I hear from her friends again through Snapchat, text, Facebook, she does nothing all day and she is deeply depressed and bored. Another one of our high school girls, little sister, just a week ago, attempted suicide in the midst of these lockdowns. Many students, these are just the stories that I know about. Here's what I do want to say. Many students after the initial lockdown never made it back to church. After March, they got out of the routine. That was it. Families got out of the routine. And so there are dozens of teens that I haven't seen since March, teens that I loved dearly, and I have not been able to connect with them, and I don't know what their stories are. So I'm just sharing the ones that I do know. I have seen in this lockdown, month after month, our efforts have increased each and every month. We work harder. My wife and I are tirelessly doing everything we can to pour into these students. I have great adult leaders who are doing everything they can, but our efforts are seeing less and less fruit each month. Personally, I've had to watch the mental health of teenagers that I love steadily decline over the last 10 months. I'm saddened by weekly news from their friends of students that I love making bad decisions. I'm constantly angered at the promises of opening up sometime in the future only to have those broken. As adults, I know what I'm feeling, and I'm certain many of us are at a place where we're agitated and we're stressed by these lockdowns. I would encourage us to remember our teenage years when our brains are flooded with hormones and emotions, and then add all of that agitation and stress that we're feeling now. Teenagers, quite simply, are not mentally equipped to handle confinement in their homes without any relational connections or physical outlets of emotional escape. We need to open up for our teens' mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, you have,
I'm not sure, did Adam Rowe make it? I'm not sure if he didn't. If not, after that are these three students.
all right. Does this conclude your presentation?
It does not.
Oh, all right. Joshua, Caden, and Sotero.
Unless Adam Rowe made it. I'm not sure if he did or not. He wasn't.
All right.
I wasn't able to confirm with him.
Then who comes after these three?
And then we have Amber Dollar.
Amber Dollar. All right. So do we have the three students? Okay.
Hello, my name is Joshua Farrell. I'm a junior at Roswell High School. I'd just like to come up here and say how hard it has been since COVID has shut down all the schools. And we went into the computer learning. A lot of kids don't have parents at home to teach them. And so how are they supposed to learn? You know, like I have friends that call me and tell me, hey, do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? And I tell them, I haven't logged on. I don't know how. There was one time when I tried to log on that I didn't know what I was doing. Nobody told me at the school. We need to go back to school. I think it would be much easier for a lot of kids and a lot easier for the parents because they can work without worrying, like, is my kid doing what needs to be done? So they can go on to the next grade and eventually graduate. We need to go back to school. And yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not
Counsel,
planning on yielding.
can we let him get through his presentation and then? Okay, we'll bring them back. Next up, don't leave.
Hi, my name's Caden Graham. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective on how life has changed, or how life has changed due to the impact of COVID-19. I'm no different than any other RISD student. We have endured many changes and issues, roadblocks, setbacks, never got tos, and never again. The impacts have been, and will have impact, influencing our lives forever. I, like others, have had my senior year stripped and stolen. We have been told we have a new normal. I, for one, miss the old normal. I would enjoy being able to walk down the halls of RHS, attend class, work on projects, hang out at lunch, participate, and watch sports and plan for my future. With the conclusion of this semester, we are hopeful for the next. We are hopeful for the semester that we can go back to a normal existence. On a personal level, I feel robbed. At this point, there's a little hope that we will be able to have any sports this year. I play football and I wrestle. I have the pleasure of being a back-to-back state champ in football and have placed at district and state, I've been to state since my 8th grade year in wrestling. The opportunity to use my athletic ability to help pay for my college education has been lost. The chances of having a three-peat state championship taken the gold in wrestling are slipping away. Both of these would help me fund my college education without the chances of securing athletic scholarships for my future. I would say that I can rely on my grades for scholarships. However, I have not been able to take the ACT in order to finish my scholarship applications. I was supposed to take the ACT in April, and it has been postponed multiple times, and now they can't perform the test at all. I have missed my senior homecoming, countless memories at school, chances to hang out, and the ability to expand my identity. The trauma of not being able to socialize, have fun, and participate in sports, go to school, has caused a void in our lives. Depression, mental illness, crime, and drugs have all increased due to the changes we have endured. If we're not able to return to our normal, we will surely not have a senior prom or graduation. The long-lasting effects are all detrimental. Lack of college funding, both academic and athletic depression, inability to plan our futures, limited opportunities across the board. We can't take the ACT, and sports scouts have been banned from coming to our state. We are in a downward spiral. Our future has been limited, and our opportunities diminished. Thank you.
No, ma'am, we're not applauding in here. What they do over there in the other room, that's their business. And
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Sotero Garza. I'm a senior at Roswell High, and I come from a low-income family. We don't have a lot of money from my house. We have about 6 kids, and my mom and dad, and my dad works, and my mom stays home, and she watches the kids. And we have 3 rooms in our house, and it's real compact in there. And one of the hardest things is that when I'm in my house, when I started school and the teacher said, "Hey guys, it's time to settle down," it would settle down. In my house, we're in different rooms, different timings. There's different things happening. We're from elementary school, middle school, and a high school with all my siblings, and it's never quiet. We have kids who are 5. We have a kid that's 5. I have a baby sister who's turning 2, and as I'm sure you guys know that kids are, when you tell them to be quiet, they keep being loud, you know? And it's hard when you're trying to concentrate and you're hearing stuff from the other room and another stuff is happening. And I'm a musician, I'm in band. I was supposed to be the drum major this year, and it's hard to practice my saxophone when I can't listen to what I'm doing or perfect my art or to have it quiet. And another thing too is that since we come from a low-income family, we don't have Wi-Fi. I don't have the privilege of being able to just open my computer up and log in as soon as it happens. Luckily, I do have hotspot on my phone, which I'm thankful for. And when I turn that on, it takes a second, and it's hotspot. It's not meant to be streaming. It's just supposed to be there for other phones and stuff. So when I try to log on, it takes time. I actually had a teacher get mad at me because my computer wasn't loading, and I was 15 minutes late to class because it wasn't working, and I couldn't do anything about it. And when I finally got to class, she told me that I pretty much got in trouble for it. She chewed me out for it, and I got in trouble. And when I went to the school and I complained, I was like, "Hey guys, like I don't have Wi-Fi. I can't. There's nothing I can do if I'm late to class." And they told me, "Well, we have Wi-Fi at the tennis courts," is what I was told. That I needed to be at the tennis courts to do my work. And I personally, I think that's really ridiculous that I have to go to the school every day to do my work. If I didn't have Wi-Fi, I would miss classes. And the day that they told me, it was 106 the day that they told me that, hey, like you need to go to the tennis courts and you need to be out there. I don't know what these kids are going to do during the winter. They can't be out there by themselves. It's just, I don't know, it's crazy to me. And some of my classes, there's no interaction. Our math class, I joined my math class and he tells me, "Hey guys," he takes roll, and then he's like, "Okay, go do your assignment." I have to figure out how to do the assignment. We picked up a textbook and he expects us to learn from that. And when we ask for help, it's just not a good way to learn. I really don't think it is. And being a low-income family, I need the scholarships that I would have gotten from band. I'm missing out on so much of it. It's awful. I play guitar and I play alto saxophone, and that's one thing was I was going to be drum major this year, and that's pretty much it's pretty much the top position you could get in band, and I was supposed to really show what I had. That was going to be my time to really show what I had, and it was stripped away from me, and I don't have that opportunity anymore. And another thing was that the last time that I was actually here in this place, I was here for a jazz concert that I played for ENMU to try to get a scouting pretty much. And just another thing is like the practicing my instrument. I can't practice it. I can, but it's really hard to really get to pay attention and focus. And when I was at school, that was one thing, was we were able to stay after school. I was able to talk to my band director about issues that we were having, about where I needed help. And there was rooms for us to go into. It was silent, and you could just practice. And that's what I would do. I would stay after school, and I would practice. And now it's so hard to actually sit down and actually practice. And with the house so tiny, my parents are always like, "Hey, like trying to put the baby to sleep, you kind of like quiet down." And the saxophone's a loud instrument. It's not something that I can play really quiet, which is really bad, but that's what I've been having to deal with. And ever since I've not been able to go to band, it's a hard drive to be excited to go to school. It's hard to get up in the morning, get out of bed, and really just like turn your laptop on. You have nothing to look forward to. It's an online class, and that's another thing, is that the mental health about everything is that when COVID first hit, there was a huge thing with all these kids with the depression, and it was really sad because luckily before COVID hit, they had announced that I would be a drum major next year, and a lot of the kids came to me for help because they didn't know where else to turn, which is it's not good. It's like they're turning to another kid because they don't know where else to go. That should never happen. And personally, me, I did get depressed when COVID first hit. I had nothing to do. I was in my house for a long time, and I share a room with my brother, but he's an essential worker, so he wasn't there very often. And just being by myself for so long it's just sad. It's hard. It's depressing. And not only that, but like if church didn't start back up, I really don't know what I would have done, because the way that I was feeling then, I don't know how I would have stayed, like if I was still there in that position right now. And yeah, there's just nothing to do, and I thought I'd share that with you guys. Thank you so much for letting me talk.
Thank you very much.
All right, Council. Point of order. State your point. We're not doing the 3-minute for Councilor for Councilor Roebuck. There's a Freudian slip. This is his presentation. We don't limit staff when they present. Staff is not presenting. In lieu of that, Mr. Roebuck, Councilor Roebuck has brought together these people. I have asked him to speed it up. I will reiterate that statement. So, Councilor, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Ms. Dollar.
Hello, my name's Amber Dollar, and I am a mental health therapist here in Roswell. I deal mostly with people and families after a homicide, suicide, or rapes. And so this is kind of, all of this new shutdown has caused a lot of trauma with a lot of my clients. First off, I want to say thank you for having me, and that I am also sensitive and aware of this virus and respectful of it. They do have a lot of people fighting for them, and the virus, but I'm here to fight for the voiceless, the kids, the teens, and those who have no say. I want to tell you a story about what's going on in Roswell. Just imagine if we listened to everyone's stories as I hear all throughout my days. I actually invited the governor to come and sit with me for a day, just one day. I asked her, I emailed her, haven't heard back, but I wanted her to see. This is what I see on a daily basis. I see that kids and teenagers who once hated school are desperate to go back to school, begging to be back in the classroom. Athletes getting in trouble, getting involved in illegal activity. I have one who just got pulled over for a DUI, just started trying drugs. Now he just got pulled over and has a citation on him now. Just started drugs. He was a football player, but he has nothing to do now except experiment with drugs. Some kids I talk to can't even get out of bed because of the pressures they feel, because they don't even know how to teach themselves or log in. Because there's no one to turn to help them, no teachers, coaches, friends. And did you know that by 5th and 6th grade, kids already decide if they want to continue on with their education or not? This is the highest amount of anxiety and depression I have ever seen among any of my clients. Therapists in Roswell are 5 months out waiting lists to get people in. What's happening now between now and that 5 months with these people while they're just waiting? Suicide is taking kids' lives, not the virus. There are not enough foster homes available right now, and imagine how many other children should be in foster care, but we'll never know because they're trapped in their homes with no one to check in on them. Then after that, we're going to leave my office and head over to my elderly patients. I also work home health. We're going to head over to them and check on them because no one comes and checks on them because everyone has put fear that they're going to all die from the virus. And they used to love going to the adult center to do crafts, exercise, dance, but not anymore. They may soon die of a broken heart, not the virus. Then we'll make a call to the local nursing home where I have another client. She's stuck in there, can't even get out. She traveled here from Albuquerque, but she can't get out. She's never even seen Roswell. I can't even go over there and hand her a Kleenex and hold her hand as she grieves her daughter who just committed suicide. I can't even do that. I have to talk to her on a phone. All because of these shutdown orders. Then, after all that, we're going to head over to the courthouse with my other clients, but only by a computer, as the child reads their powerful victim impact statement to their perpetrator who abused them for years. And now this child has to hide behind a computer screen because she can't face him face to face and have her justice in court. She doesn't get the full-blown healing experience. we're going to take a little break and we're going to go home. And as I'm getting ready for bed, I'm going to get a text from some teenagers who I've got to talk off the edge of suicide or running away to escape the trapped cage they feel of being in their home for 24/7. But I beg you, and I beg her to come work with me for 12 hours to see what's really going on in Roswell. Yes, kids are resilient, but they're losing hope, motivation, and a future. Are we concerned that kids who have all Fs, they won't graduate, they won't get a good education to continue on to a career and become a successful member to our Roswell community? Are we concerned for the kid who's getting molested all day as they are home with their abuser all day? This is happening in Roswell. Are we concerned for kids attempting to follow through with suicide and completing it? It's happening in Roswell. Are we concerned for the kids who are now turning to drugs because of boredom? Are we concerned for the least of these, those who have no one to turn to? Are we concerned for the silent killers, those that can't be tested with a nose swab? Depression, alcohol, drugs, anxiety, and now pills that they're taking while their parents are gone? Are we concerned? Are we looking for the future of our town, or are we just living in fear of the here and now? This is happening in our town right now as we're here in this building. I beg you to please give these families a choice whether to send their kids to school or not. It can be done safely. I've seen it done. Help us open up our schools. We aren't asking for some bizarre request. You are the leaders. We are looking to you to stand up for us. If it's not up to you or us, who else can make a difference and be the voice for the voiceless?
Yes, thank you. There's been a unreasonable expectation that the virus would go away if everyone would just follow orders. And I think that's very unreasonable if you understand the science behind the virus. That's all right, no problem. I think I can remember what it says, but there's no evidence to suggest that the virus can be eradicated by these shutdowns or these lockdowns. Even though the governor expressed in her not this current cycle, but the last cycle, she expressed that we're going to snuff out COVID. But there's no evidence that this will affect that. And I think the shaming that's happening within our community is sad. Because really every single citizen in our community, even the most unwilling, have made tremendous sacrifices to help fight this disease. The sad part about all this is there's a better way. It's called focus protection. I'm going to go through this really briefly. But effectively, you've got a healthy population. You have a health-compromised population. An infection breaks out. When this happens, you apply focus protection. Now, just think about if you take all the energy that we've taken to do all these shutdowns and everything, and we focus it on protecting the health-compromised population. You know, using the same techniques that some of the common sense have happened, like stores having special hours, enhanced protection, work from home accommodations, and sheltering in place. We use those techniques and all that energy is focused on helping those people who are health compromised. Meanwhile, the healthy population continues to live life as normal as possible, and they don't have to deal with the burdens that you just heard about from these speakers who came in. The burdens of the shutdown, these tremendous impact that's having on these kids and the families. The infection rate is not artificially slowed down by lockdowns among the healthy population. And it doesn't need to be, because generally speaking, a healthy population doesn't need to go to the hospital. It's those people who are health compromised when they get it need to go to the hospital. Once the virus has worked its way through the healthy population, those who are health compromised can re-engage with a low risk of infection because the number of carriers is greatly reduced. And obviously, I'm not a medical professional, but this method is recommended by 12,422 medical and public health scientists and 36,000 and change medical practitioners, as well as over 500,000 of us normal people like myself. And I would recommend everybody go and look at this and read this, the Great Barrington Declaration, written by a Harvard scientist, an Oxford scientist, and a Stanford University Medical School scientists. These are not lightweights in this field, and co-signed by colleagues from around the world. So I think the one thing I like about this, it's outside of the American political system. And this is the method they've recommended because they are concerned about the health and wellness of our populations, especially our children. One local, and this is my last speaker, Mayor, one local medical professional, who has signed this, it came by, has come to share his point of view, and so I've asked him to come speak, Mr. David Aguilar from the Roswell Family Care, a great facility that is there on Main Street, and they serve all our populations, and are really great for service. So.
First, I want to express my empathy, sympathy, and condolences to those who've been affected in any manner during this 10-month period. For anyone who's lost their life, a loved one, lost a job, a business, marriage, or affected in any negative manner. My family's hearts and prayers go out to you and your family. My stance today by no means is to undermine your loss. My intention this evening is to prevent further damage. There has to be a balanced approach. My name is David Aguilar. I've been in the medical field for the past 21 years. I've been a critical care nurse and worked at St. Joe's when it existed in Albuquerque, and also at the University of New Mexico, in ER, in the ICUs, and so forth. I later pursued my nurse practitioner degree, and I've been practicing medicine for the past 15 years. I currently serve Roswell and the surrounding community. I come today as a citizen, a business owner, medical provider, father, and God-fearing man. I ask the council tonight to step into my shoes. I want you to take a step back and think logically about all that has been done to fight this virus thus far. Forget what you've seen on TV and read about on the internet or on social media. While the intentions of our officials may be good, the result of their actions has been devastating, and I say that cringingly. Now, I'm sure many of you have your source of statistics, but I want to share some that are truly eye-opening, and I believe they handed out some of those statistics to you. These are ever-changing, but they really pretty much stay consistent. As we all know, you've heard, I'm sure, survivability for COVID-19, 99.974% for most ages, and it varies a little bit with the older population getting above 65 and above. There's been one preteen death in New Mexico. Otherwise, no other deaths under the age of 20-year-olds in New Mexico. Chance of hospitalization, 0.00008% for children. Chance of hospitalization of an adult being hospitalized is 0.001645%. Now, these have probably gone up since the start of the cold season, but that's nothing new considering our season. One thing that's interesting, U.S. death totals for all causes, and if you have that up there, for 2018, 365 days versus 317 for 2020. For 2018, you had 2,839,205 versus 2020, 2,465,325. You would think that'd be 200,000 more deaths right now. It's actually slower. The estimated deaths by December 31st, 2020, 2,838,621. That is actually less than 2018. Why is that? Let's look at the impact of lockdowns. Childhood vaccinations is at 49% for 2020 of children being vaccinated versus 69% or 67% in 2019. Lack of general health, as was discussed earlier. Maintenance for heart disease, diabetes, autoimmune disorders, and various other conditions. Lack of preventative screenings for conditions such as cancer, diabetes, etc. Deaths related to necessary interventional issues such as heart disease, cancers. They should have never happened, but they were delayed because of lockdowns, and people passed away from that. Depression and anxiety is on the rise, as it's been stated before. Most notably, 88% rise from kids 5 to 14 years old. What would make a kid 5 years old take his life? Alcoholism, as discussed, drug addiction, These lead to morbidity and mortality as well, and associated conditions. Obesity, no one thought about that, but everybody's at home eating too much. Child abuse, we covered that. Missed education, we covered that. The list is endless. Remember this, lockdowns were first implemented to flatten the curve. You remember that? 14 days, flatten the curve? Not overwhelm the hospitals and prepare for the second wave or spikes. During this period, our state government should have been preparing for the second wave. In fact, due to extensive, persistent lockdowns, our hospitals lost vital staff to other states due to furloughing, losing their jobs, patients' behavior because they weren't going to see their doctor, because they were too afraid to get out of their home, and the drive to reserve COVID rooms. The reserving COVID rooms for patients just in case. So what can be done? The American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, the Great Barrington Declaration, followed by, as we stated before, 15,000 professionals, World Health Organization have all stated that lockdowns do not work and should not be used as a primary approach to COVID control. The CDC has stated that children should be in school. This is their quotation, the safest place for your children, it's in school. There is no evidence, and if you have it, please provide it to me, that children are significant spreaders of the disease. Therefore, these are our trusted health institutions, right? Then why have they gone ignored? First and foremost, the approach should be prevention and early treatment. We know the vulnerable population. We've talked about that already. We need to take action to protect them. Those that become ill need to be treated. This wait and see approach is ridiculous. It's not working. Waiting for a person to get sick only causes hospitalizations. There is no cure, but there is effective supportive treatment. Why are other countries doing so well and we're doing so poorly? Early intervention is the answer. If a person feels the need to get in line to get tested, you know that long old line, I'm sure you've seen it, then they need to come and get in line to see their doctor. That's what needs to happen. If they have a doctor that won't see them, then they need to come to my office. I'm taking measures to separate the ill from the well. My staff and I will do everything possible to keep people out of the hospital. We need to find local medical providers that are willing to see COVID patients and support their efforts in any manner possible. Treatment and prevention will decrease hospitalizations. That is a fact. Fear needs to be curbed. COVID is not an automatic death sentence. We need to stop using cases. All you hear is about cases. Case this, case that, as a marker of success because, well, they're never going to go down, so we can't really consider that success. Survivability, that's what we need to look at. That should be our mark of progress. Bottom line, COVID's here to stay. We're not going to snuff it out. There is validity to herd immunity. Like any other viral outbreak in history, herd immunity will eventually prevail. Lockdowns need to be stopped. Children need to be in school. Why does almost every other state in the union have kids in school, but we don't? I'm the boots on the ground. I'm seeing the impact of both COVID and lockdowns every day. By far, lockdowns are worse. The evidence is mounting day by day of the damage that lockdowns are having. There is a responsible and calculated way to open back up. There will be setbacks, of course, but we're resilient, and that's to be expected. I ask the City Council to take all of this into great consideration as this decision that will go down in history. I implore you to be on the right side of history.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker. The slide was missing for some reason. I have Lynette Jordan. She's an elementary school teacher, and I think it's important to have her perspective. So she'll come forward, please.
Hello, good evening, Roswell City Council and everyone else, all the people that are here in support of our community. My name is Lynette Jordan, and I'm a 4th grade school teacher here in town at public schools. And I am speaking on behalf of myself and what I'm seeing as a teacher in the public schools. And my training, of course, is where I get my knowledge about this and my personal experience, obviously, and then of course my research. I am a person who thrives on collecting as much research as possible. So I really believe it's important to know as much as I can. I think maybe that's what makes me drawn to being a teacher. But I'll try and make this quick because I know it's getting kind of long. So I also just want to say that as a teacher and working with teachers, I see that we are working so much online. I'm blown away at how much more work online teaching is. And so speaking on behalf of myself and all of the other teachers, we are stepping up to the utmost to reach out to our kids. And then thirdly is that the families of my students and all the other students that I see in my school and in the community are also really stepping up to the task too. And I guess that's kind of a good lead-in to say, to talk about how these families are being impacted of this online schooling. One of the biggest concerns for me, and that has to do with families, is that I see a lot of my students at home by themselves all day long. Their parents, whether it's one parent or two parent, have to go away during the day so that to work, to put food on the table, to give the kids a shelter. And so now I have 4th grade students, 9-year-old students at home all day by themselves. By themselves. That one floors me the most when I start thinking about that. And so naturally there's no one to help them when they're stuck on the problems. I'm there as much as I can be. And I've been working since 7:30 this morning. Took a few minutes for a lunch break. I finished working at 4:30 and then came straight down here. And that is my day constantly. I'm working. So I'm also always there for the students. But so what I'm saying is that these, there's no one at home to help the kids when they're stuck on these problems. And so the next thing I'd like to talk about is the learning. The learning is happening. There's definitely some learning happening, but the problem is that it's not what it needs to be. At the beginning of the school year, we had meetings upon meetings about which standards we were going to teach and how we were going to teach them, and we talked about the fact that we weren't going to be able to teach all that we needed to teach our kids. And that is also a major concern for me. So as it stands right now, the kids are not getting, in my class, a 4th grade education. And that is because, for so many reasons, it takes a long time to reach these kids. The internet's slow. Only half of them are logging on. Another handful are falling asleep. I have pictures and videos of children literally falling to sleep. The last week we had a class discussion about how late these kids were staying up. And it was 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on a school night. And another day I had a student for breakfast drinking Mountain Dew and eating Funyuns or something like that. And whereas if they're in school, they are up and ready to go at 8 o'clock and having juice and having a muffin for breakfast that the school is providing. This isn't happening when they're at home, and especially if no one's there. And then you get parents coming home in the evening that have been working all day who want to help the kids, but they're of course so tired, and they also have 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 or sometimes 5 or more other kids to help. So that's another reason that this education is so hard. But I guess the most important thing here is that they're not getting their education that they need. And if they're not learning how to read in 3rd grade, then they are going to keep falling behind, because we don't teach them how to read in 4th grade. We do not teach them how to read. We teach them how to pull the information from the text they're reading. And if they don't know how to read, they're not going to understand about science and different science aspects. And they're not going to be able to read the story problems. If they don't know how to multiply in 3rd and 4th grade, they're not going to know how to do fractions, equivalent fractions. And that, the more they lose, the longer it's going to take them to catch up. And it affects them all the way through life. You can look, I pulled up a couple of different websites. One was the Reading Foundation, and then the Pediatrics in Review from the American Academy of Pediatrics. But it talks about the lack, when students are failing in school and falling behind, that causes them to obviously drop out of school when they're in high school. And all the kids and the teachers that we've heard about, all of these things happening, it's starting now in elementary school because they aren't getting that education that they need. And they're not getting that motivation. Yeah. And so anyway, I don't have a nice prepared speech for you guys, but I am very, very passionate about this. And I very, very full-heartedly believe, and I see, and I observe, and I research with my own eyes that these students need to be in school. They need to make that connection with their peers, with their teachers, in their school community, so that we need to have each other to keep moving forward. And I think, let me just take a quick look here. I mean, there's, lots and lots to go through, so I will just end it there.
Thank you
So
very much.
thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Now, obviously, we're not the school board. We're the city council. We don't have any sort of direct control over what the schools do. However, I do think that we have a moral responsibility to our children, and our moral responsibility to take care of our children supersedes our moral responsibility to obey the governor. Even though the city is not the school district, the city does play a significant role in the education and development of our children and youth through various departments and programs. We invest a significant amount of money in Parks and Recreation. We invest a significant amount of money in our zoo, our library, our museum, and various other programs. We can help as the city. We can provide places for these children to interact with adults through these programs and system, and that's the goal tonight, to do what we can as the city to help these kids who are falling behind. And that is that's the end of my presentation on this particular motion. I yield.
Councilor Orpesa had a question for the teenagers. Councilor, was there one in particular, or you wanted all three of that back?
I was just curious whether all three of them, and I know one of them said he was a athlete at the schools.
Do you want me to have them come back?
If they can, please.
Can we get the three students? Why don't you three guys come on in? Go, all three of you come on up here. Councilor Orpesa has some questions. We got through the whole presentation. Councilor Orpesa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for being here tonight. I just have a question for you, and I know, let me see. I can't even read my name, but the individual in the white indicated he was involved in sports. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are the other two of you involved in sports of any kind?
I'm in tennis, but other than that, I'm just in marching band.
I was in choir at Roswell High.
Okay.
Not a sport, but
And just out of curiosity for my own self, who do you blame for the situation that we're in as far as COVID-19 is concerned?
I think a lot of it has to do with the governor.
I can agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilors, before we go to
Thank
the...
you, guys. Thank you.
All right, before we go to the whole council, we have a number of individuals who have signed up to speak on this. Let me clarify the procedure tonight, which is different from normal. Councilor Roebuck is the presenter on this item. As such, he had slides prepared and presentation by personnel. If this was a normal council meeting, the slides would be prepared by city staff, and the presenters would be staff. We do not put time limits on the presenters. For public participation on an item, we do have established a 3-minute time limit. We will ask that all those who are called forward, wait a minute, let me finish. We will ask everyone who is called forward to please limit themselves to 3 minutes. Strive to say something new. If you have something different, great. If you are agreeing with previous speakers, please say so. The first three I have are Tim Jennings, Sarah MacArthur, and Jesse James. Councilor Foster, while they're coming in.
I have a few slides at the end of this that, for my presentation.
Okay,
right
when
at
we
the end
get
of
to
it. Well,
you.
it's, okay,
So you're on this item.
on this item.
Well, but Councilor Roebuck was the presenter on this item. So when we come to the council, I will call on you to do your presentation.
Okay.
All right. So once again, I have Tim Jennings, Sarah MacArthur, and Jesse James in that order. Please come forward, state your name, address, and 3 minutes.
My name is Tim Jennings. I live at 3968 Cottonwood Lane right now, and my office is here in town. First of all, one of the first things that came up was there were some questions why Sam's and Albertsons were shut down, and those stores were closed because there were some agreements they were supposed to maintain to make sure that their employees were tested, and that they were tested and they were negative, and we didn't have anybody positive working in the stores to pass COVID on, so our food chain was safe for people in New Mexico. Now that's what happened, and what happened was the stores did not live up to their end of the bargain. The state even offered to give and pay for the testing of those individuals. And so that's just one thing there as to where it all started. I have a great deal of concern about these items. I believe they should have gone to a committee where we would have people could study and from both sides of every issue had the time to go and research the facts the best they could, so they would be there. I have a great deal of concern about whether, if the state's in a lockdown, if the state comes back and unlocks all the facilities out there, if the liability is there, if the state's in a lockdown, if risk management would cover the state, if some child gets sick or picks up COVID from one of the sites that the cities has, whether or not we would still be covered by risk management. I think that's a very legitimate question that we have, that should be before us when we start looking about running the city and how it would be. And that's the main point. The other thing I would just like to point out, there's been a lot of concern about mask directives and whether or not they work. In today's New York, I guess it was in the New York Times today, but just so you know, in the nationally, the highest average, the metro areas with the highest average daily cases increases in the last 2 weeks. Number 20 in the nation, the worst out of the whole country. The highest, number 20 was Hobbs, New Mexico. When you go all the way. Number 14 was Lubbock, Texas. And we have some real problems with people wearing masks around and washing their hands, I think. But number 2 was Gallup, New Mexico, the worst, the highest percentage of increase in the whole country. Number 1 was Roswell, New Mexico. And I just bring that up because not many of us are healthcare people. I mean, that are people that are doctors and stuff, and look at that. But my
Thank you,
one.
Mr. Jennings. That's the 3-minute times.
But I think it's
I
something
have
we should.
Sarah MacArthur, Jesse James, and I'll ask Katrina Yeager to join the queue. Sarah MacArthur. Jesse
Hi,
James, and then
Mr.
Karina.
Mayor
Go ahead,
and
ma'am. State your name and address.
counselors. Sarah MacArthur, Mimosa Drive. So, you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. You do. I've been disappointed with the council, as evidenced by my letter recently, but I'm really disappointed in your behavior about the COVID. Let me just say, the students did a great job. I learned some things tonight by the people that spoke, and I think they had some good things to say, some things that might have swayed my opinion. And I am devastated for the children. There is no doubt that the children suffer and that they are suffering. And because of that, I have a 7-year-old in my neighborhood that comes at 1:30, and I'm teaching him phonics. He doesn't know how to read. How amazing is that? So he comes at 1:30, and then we have story time at 2 with 2 other children. So there's 3 kids at my house. I've already raised my kid. He's out. So I don't know what else we can do, but that's what I'm doing. So it's devastating. All these children are suffering, and they're not in school. But let me just point out to you that our #1 position for COVID is a direct result of your position on COVID. Masks work. They really do. I don't go anywhere without my mask. And you, because you chose to not enforce the mask rule in Roswell, have increased that and have really, really created a problem. I totally appreciate everything Mr. Lynn had to say, but I didn't hear him saying, so we all got together and we went to the governor with a proposal about how we could institute and create an environment where we could be the model for the state of New Mexico to figure out how to push the kids back in the classroom and be safe. I didn't hear that part. That didn't happen. Instead, we have somebody who has a severe conflict of interest promoting his self-interest about opening businesses. And I just think there's something wrong with that. The person that wrote this shouldn't be the person that's promoting it, and you shouldn't be voting on it either, because you're the one that's going to gain financially from it. That's a problem. So, I don't have the answers, but I'm not the city councilor, and I expect you guys to have better answers and to not walk out on a fellow councilman when they have something to say. Absolutely untenable behavior. So, can't believe I'm finished before 3 minutes, but I'm done with this issue.
All right. Next up, I have Jesse James, followed by Karina Yeager, and then Stacy Wokowitz. I think I pronounced that right. All right, sir, state your name and address.
My name is Jesse James Gomez. I live on 2514 North Grand here in Roswell, born and raised. Just to dispute this business about masking, the most comprehensive study that has ever been done on masking was done recently by the Danish Ministry of Health and also Internal Medicine. They found no statistical difference whatsoever between wearing a mask and not. This is nonsense. There is zero proof of this whatsoever. We have the facts and data. The Japanese Ministry of Health has done multiple studies showing this, that there is zero difference between wearing a mask and not. I'd be happy to share this information. I cannot help but feel that as many that we are headed towards some kind of violence and ultimate collapse, as the path we are on is completely unsustainable. Nobody wants this in our community. But an increasingly belligerent governor seems intent on driving up panic every chance she gets. Only her goal is not safety or health, but complete submission and control of the community. The shutting down of grocery stores across New Mexico before Thanksgiving was an incredibly indecent act and beyond the pale, and this did not save one single life. We know that the threat of the virus has been criminally overblown, with the average rate of death of a person who suffers from it 83 years old, while the average age of an American man is 78 years old. So maybe you live longer if you get the COVID, I guess. Not one child has died in New Mexico due to the COVID. Somebody said something about this. This was incorrect. Eddy County reported that a child died. Later on, they recused that, saying that it was a mistake, that a child died in Oklahoma and died from severe underlying issues. So not one child has died of this. KVI News in Las Cruces reported that 47% of all kids are failing right now. We know that. I won't go into detail. Recent study by Columbia University shows that 8 million Americans have slipped into poverty in the recent 8 months due to the shutdown. The Lancet, the most important medical journal in the world, has reported that 70,000 children will die over the next year due to malnutrition. This is real. This farly outweighs any benefit gained by the lockdowns. The massive financial collapse that destroyed the economy in 2008 was due to 10 million homes being foreclosed. The U.S. Census Data Bureau is reporting right now that we may be looking at 30 to 40 million homes foreclosed in the next year. This will be an avalanche that will destroy America. We must stop this madness now. What will it take before every leader, Republican and Democrat, says enough and enough is enough? Before the governor goes after our children, and under New Mexico Emergency Law 1210-18, the governor can enter your home and force vaccinate you against your will. This is law. This is real. You no longer have religious or conscientious objection. William Lord Garrison, the prominent abolitionist during the Civil War, said, "That what is not just shall not be law." And what is happening right now is not just. This is a massive, disgusting injustice. Please, you have our support. Stop this before it is too late. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Chief, ma'am, we do not applaud in here. This is a room where we are conducting the business of the city. This is not a pep rally. All right, I ask that we have Aletha Hartwell, and I apologize. Oh, wait, no, strike that. Margaret Rodriguez. So we have Karina Yeager, Stacy Wolfowitz, and Margaret Rodriguez. Ma'am, go ahead, state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. I'm Karina Yeager, 205 South Lee. I've lived here over 30 years in Roswell, New Mexico. I'm a native of Finland, and that is one reason I'm dressed like this. 71 years ago, the Russian Soviet communist tanks rolled over the Finnish border. And we had nothing but rifles, men, and ski suits and skis. I walk with these, by the way. And that was constant Pravda propaganda. They said Finland, 3 million people, attacked Soviet Union, 300 million people. So the lies and cheating and propaganda had its result of 105 days of slaughtering Finland. However, we fought back. And that is what it takes. It takes the whole nation to fight back. You know, we never surrendered to the Soviet Union. There were some repercussions after World War II. But Finland was never occupied by the Soviet communists. And that is one thing I have to say here too. Unless the people are united against oppression, whatever kind, it is going to go through. Now, I'm also an after-school teacher, a retired teacher. I see that it's very difficult for the children who come on my Zoom. I love my Zooming, but not all of them do come. Most of them are left out. Now, the other thing is what I wanted to say about Finland, Scandinavia, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. It was referred to here earlier. Schools are open. Businesses are open. The COVID statistics of deaths is 10 times less than New Mexico. So, you know, that is one thing I would say also, according to the previous speaker, it is not proven that the lockdowns will work in curbing the virus. So I hope I don't have to move back to Finland. I mean, but they are doing far better. Maybe also they take care personally their health. They go outside. I support the opening of the courts, tennis courts, basketball courts, golf courts, parks for our children, plus opening the schools. Please consider that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next up, I have joining the queue, Althea Hartwell. And I apologize if I got the name wrong. I have Stacy Holwitz, Margaret Rodriguez, and Ms. Hartwell. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr.
Come on
Mayor.
up here and state your name and address.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir.
if you would allow me just a moment to say something, I'm going to have to leave. I cannot stay, okay?
Okay.
If you'll give me just a moment just to share some things, and then I'm going to have to leave. I hope to have felt a lot better tonight to be able to stay here and to partake in all of these votes tonight, but it's getting to be more than I can handle in sitting here. I have I did contract the virus and went through my time of being home and recovering, and have been cleared as far as not being contagious for over a week now, or right at a week. But my health is still just not doing well enough to be able to do life the way I want to right now. I just wanted to say I appreciate all that has been said tonight. There's been a significant amount of things that have been said that I think probably need to be heard. I appreciate the educators and the students and the our nurse practitioner, Mr. Aguilar, and the others who have brought this information to us. I think there's a lot of valid information that's there. I think that what we have to look at and recognize as a council is, what are we going to be able to do tonight that's going to bring a resolve? What are we going to be able to do as a council tonight, or as you? I'm just not able to stay. If I get to feeling better, I will join by Zoom. But what are we going to be able to do tonight? I promise you, I am one that wants to see a resolve like I want a resolve that's going to help our people. My own father-in-law lives less than half a mile from my home, and I've not been able to see him since March. I'm sorry. He lives in an assisted living facility and has not been able to give my wife a hug or see our family in a long time. He has been able to have some window visits with my wife and children, but he even became suicidal through this, so it's hurting a lot of people. I recognize that. Being a pastor, my counseling sessions of helping people through marriage problems and through raising their children has gone from sometimes 1 a day or 2 a day to sometimes as much as 7 or 8 a day. And I feel as if I'm not helping anyone right now. Something has to be done. But every person that I spoke with, every email that I received and was able to speak with people one-on-one with, I think have realized and recognized that much of what is being asked to be fixed can't be fixed by this council. And that's bothering me because I want to fix everything. I want us to put our kids back in school. I want us to be able to be open. I want us to be able to do all of these things. But I think we need to recognize what is the resolve, what is the answer. Our legislators have got to leave this city and they've got to go to Santa Fe in January and February, and they have to work across the aisle to try to make a difference. I want whatever we do to make a difference. As a teenager, and I'm not going to talk all night, I'm going to leave. As a teenager, I worked for Captain D's restaurant. We had a manager who just things weren't going well, and the district manager came in and gave a lot of new protocols and a lot of new regulations that were going to have to be kept. And I remember our manager pleading and doing everything, but the district manager said, no, these are the things you're going to have to do. And he left Captain D's that day, and our manager walked to the walk-in cooler. And he took his fist and he pounded it into a stainless steel door. And in doing so, he broke his hand in 3 places. And he had many, many months, if not years, of trouble with his hand. And he put a very small dent on that door that day, but he still had to do the regulations. And he still had to implement all the new policies. I want us to make a difference for our community, but I want us to do things that are going to absolutely do that, make a difference, and not do something that's going to cripple our community in the future just for the sake of putting our hand into a door. So I want us to think about those things this evening. I'm going to have to leave. I'll be praying for each of you, and I ask for your prayers as well. And if I can get to feeling better here in a little while, I will join by Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Let the record reflect that Counselor Perry is departing at 6:32. I apologize, ma'am. Go ahead. State your name, your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Stacy Walkwitz, and I live at 5003 Thunderbird Road. So you've heard a lot of statistics this evening. I represent a grassroots community group called Concerned Citizens for New Mexico. We have statisticians who run the data for us all the time. One of them is a former NASA scientist and now a stay-at-home mother. Another's a microbiologist, a chemist. We have professional medical people who work with us and advise us, and we try to educate the public on what we find. And one of the things that we find is that our data and the statistics are being heavily manipulated. We are being lied to, and that data is being used to hold us hostage. From a government leader who is after probably partisan political gain and federal funding gain. So while she pretends to have the arrogance to manipulate and handle and eradicate a virus that cannot be controlled, we know that it can find us anywhere behind a mask, in our own home. So this leaves us with a choice. Either we keep on living and confront it, protecting our most vulnerable, which with a 99.7% survival rate is absolutely doable, or we stop living, destroy our livelihoods, businesses, education, and entire way of life. And that is the path New Mexico is headed down. With this governor, we are one of the only states in the nation who are the most restricted, with California, New York, and New Jersey, maybe Michigan as well. But we have some of the deepest restrictions in the entire nation. And where has that landed us? Well, just as of yesterday, it came out that we are 51 in the nation in economic recovery. We are 35% higher than the rest of the states in the nation on unemployment, the amount of unemployment. And it went from about 9,000 to well over 150,000 as of August. So that is how we are doing in the state. I continue to hear the same answer, even from this council, even though I am so grateful for the way that you try to take a stand, and I applaud you for the referendums brought this evening. But I still get the message from leadership that this is the most we can do. Our hands are tied. So let me ask you this, because I know that I hear this constantly, that under legality that we can't do anything. Well, there's nothing legal or moral about any one person being put into leadership, being given absolute power over an entire society.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, the 3 minutes are up.
So when do we say no?
Thank you. Next up, Margaret Rodriguez, Aletha Hartwell, and then I may butcher this, Dominique or Dominguez Batista Jr. Okay. State your name and your address.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Margaret Rodriguez, and I live at 512 South Pine Avenue, Roswell, New Mexico. I love New Mexico, but I'm really sad to see what's been happening. I am speaking mainly today on behalf of the elderly. I'm in that group, and I have been very blessed myself, but I have seen some very sad things happen. Just across the street, my neighbor For 3 months, her husband was dying. She was not allowed to see him at the care home. It was terrible for her. She could take some of the foods that he could still eat to the door, but she was not allowed in to see him. The night before he died, the family were invited in. Of course, they robed up and they had their masks and all of that, but he did not even know they were there. He was in a coma. She is still recovering from that. She's not well at all. And my sister is a nurse in Canada. She let me know that in the news reports up there just last month, an elderly woman, she was 90 years old, little older than me, and her name was Nancy Russell. She could not take any more loneliness in the home. She opted to die with a medically assisted suicide. Her family made it easier for her by singing hymns that she liked as she went through this process. Now, this is not only an isolated case. These medically assisted suicides are happening, and I believe most of us do not think that is the way to end our life. And I'm speaking on behalf of the elderly, but also for the unborn. You may not know that our governor closed down practically every facility that she deemed not essential, but essential to her was to leave our abortion clinics open. And I'm very involved in the pro-life ministry, have been for since 1972, and our abortion clinics in New Mexico were overwhelmed. You can imagine those who do not think this is a wonderful thing to be happening in our nation were very distressed, and prayer vigils were taking place. But the little clinic, not a large one, in Santa Teresa in southern New Mexico was overwhelmed with women coming from Mexico, from Texas, Arizona, surrounding states, where their abortion clinics were closed. So we had a lot more deaths than they know, but we don't report the deaths.
Time has expired. Okay.
Mexico.
Joining the queue is David H-E-T-T. Het? Okay. Ma'am, go ahead. Come on up. State your name, your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Alethea Hartwell. I live at 7 Sunshine here in Roswell. I don't have a huge amount to add because I was going to talk about suicide, teen suicide and all of that. But one thing that I do have that's new is I'm the current president of the Roswell Community Little Theater. And I know that arts and entertainment businesses and so forth, organizations, have been told by the state to not plan anything until 2022. That comes straight from their office. So we need to take a look at that and say, why would they be telling people not to plan events, not to plan shows, not to plan any kind of anything until 2022? That should tell you there's no plan for reopening. There is no plan for reopening. And I think that we need to take a stand. People in this country are very good at taking stands. In 1776, people took a stand and told the king no. And we need to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, joining the queue is Janet Rydens. Go ahead, sir. Come on up and state your name and your address. Oh, yep, you're up. We kind of moved this along here, so just go ahead.
Dominic Batista. I live 813 Leslie Lane. And I just want you to know I'm not going to spend my next 3 minutes regurgitating propaganda from the New York Times. Why does the fear of death from a virus with over a 99% survival rate supersede the right to go out and make a living? If there are individuals who are more at risk than others, shouldn't we allow them the option to stay inside and wait out something that may never end? Or the option to go out and live Everyone who is out feels safe enough to do so. For people in fear of their own life, why can't we simply allow those people to stay home and seclude themselves as they see fit, while the rest of us go out, live, produce, and protect the way we see fit? I don't know one person who has blown the doors open to a neighbor who wants to social distance, so it's not like we are putting those people in danger. This is psychological warfare. The word economy has become almost a bad word. In reality, the economy is an evolved and efficient system of trade, but at its core, the economy is just us going out, hunting and gathering and fixing our huts. If we keep the shutdown going, this is what will happen. You aren't going to just stress out small business, you will eradicate them. If this paints a picture, everybody will be working for a huge corporation, work for the government, or be on welfare. This isn't big-hearted politicians looking out for our health. It's people of power seeking more power and feeding off ignorant politicians and people who will listen to them. This is a transfer of money and power. It's leading to full-blown Marxist communism. Whether you believe in God or evolution or both, we didn't get this far hiding in caves from the boogeyman until we starved to death. Everyone who fights this shutdown is a patriot. Anyone who votes or fear mongers to keep this shutdown going is no better than the SS of Germany. Thanks.
All right. Well, Chief, will you tell those people, if they're going to applaud, they need to be further away. We're not going to have this room disrupted. Next up, David Hett. I have Thomas Wilson joining the queue. Ma'am, if you'll move over one seat, we just kind of keep marching along like this. Go ahead, sir. State your name and your address.
My name is David Hett, 5608 South Sunset, Roswell. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I have a short paragraph or two to say. I have filed my taxes as a professional musician for 45 years. Wait a minute, what happened to my retirement after 20 years? You don't get one. You do it because you love it. It fulfills my soul. Now, I'm going to skip on ahead. I want to make sure I say the important things. Let's talk about what it is to be a small business. Forget the word small. There's a new word, non-essential business. A corporation that pays billions in taxes to the government pays just as much as 5,000 or 10,000 small businesses. So when you eliminate that many people from the scene, that's like killing one large corporation. It adds up the same. Listen to this. I talked to my CPA today, and I asked her, what is the occupation code for what I do? She said it's 711510. Now what that means is that's a legitimate business called professional musician. It's not just because you're famous. Maybe I might have worked with famous people in my past. I'm not going there. This is not about me. But what I'm telling you is that occupation code, it doesn't say essential or non-essential. Now, if the IRS doesn't make that determination, who has the audacity to say that I am non-essential? Or anyone else? Who? Gaslighting. There is more than this. All of this coalesces together. The election, the masks, the COVID, the gaslighting of separating business owners because some are essential and some are not. Something's wrong here, people. This is a bigger picture than we think. You know what I want to do? I want to skip everything that I was going to say. I just want to say to the young man that plays guitar and saxophone, I was him 45 years ago. I had the dream. It was burning inside of me. And I got to go down that path. And I am afraid that this COVID crap is going to kill his dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Rydens, then I'd ask Orlando Padilla to join the line. So go ahead, ma'am, state your name and your address and
Yes,
your
my name
3
is
minutes.
Janet Rydens, 1711 North Garden. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, my family came to Roswell in 1916 in a wagon. Tom coached for 34 years. He was a Marine. I taught school for 30 years in New Mexico, both careers. I called each of you last week taking my stand to fight for our freedoms against our governor, MLG, asking you to take a stand for our city and state, our children, and our future. This Democratic woman is ruining our state and our city. All of you were respectful listening to my heart, except for Mr. Orpesa. He was extremely rude and hung up on me. As an elected official, I find his behavior offensive and inappropriate. I take a stand for God and his righteousness. We're told in God's word to take a stand for righteousness, that God prevails. I will gladly stand for his truth. The leftist party is desiring to ruin our United States of America. Our governor is Exhibit A, following the example of other Democratic governors who are ruining our state's economy, education, and quality of life. Places that we want opened and never closed again, churches, schools, businesses of all kinds, they are all essential. Restaurants, parks, points of interest, tourism, the new water park and recreation center. Folks, we need to work to make money. Each thing that I have listed is very essential. People's lives have been ruined by suicide, their savings, flat out losing their livelihood, closing their businesses, just to name a few ways. You city councilmen need to grow a backbone and stand up against our governor and party politics. Councilmen, don't forget that you work for us. We do not work for you. You are paid positions that requires you to listen to we the people. We have God-given rights which are reiterated in the U.S. Constitution, which assures life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. God gave us these rights, and you did not grant them to us, but they are not yours to take away. God warns us, those in leadership, in Isaiah 5:18 through 23, and I will state what he says. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and prudent in their own sight, who justify the wicked for a bribe and take away justice from a righteous man. And another thing I would like to say, and I have said this from the very beginning, if we're all so concerned about, and I take this seriously, I've been sick, I've had flus when our children were little. I almost died.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, the time has expired.
Thank you.
Next up, I have, joining the queue is Bobby Villegas. Thomas Wilson is the next speaker.
Thomas Wilson, 126 South Main. I do not live here. I own a business. I came to this community to give you guys more in your economy. I've handed out masks to help, and yet my governor tells me I'm non-essential, tells me that my stores cannot be open. All I'm asking from every single citizen, stand up, unite, because this is tyranny. If you don't believe socialism is on your doorstep, then you are fools. Realize that the freedoms we have are leaving us. I am here to stand for everyone that cannot speak and let you know that all it takes is your voice. And it takes you guys, lead by example. Eddy County needs to see someone say enough is enough. I am literally having to lay people off. My heart goes out. I'm broken. The American dream is to own your own business and find your own way. And yet I have a dictator telling me what I can and cannot do. My freedoms are gone. I'm so proud of what I and my people have been able to do. I'm so proud to be a part of this community. Thank every one of you for letting me come in. I love Roswell. But what's happening has to stop, and it requires people to take a stand. This is not a party line. It has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. This has everything to do with your freedoms, and they are being taken away. Do not be fooled by the softness of silence. Do not. It will take it away. I didn't know it was going to happen to me, and then a couple weeks ago, on my doorstep, cease and desist. And I'm considered essential. It will not stop. It will go away. The freedoms we have will be taken. I don't know what you guys can do except use your voices and your positions in this city to rise up against tyranny. That's all I got. Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you. Next up, I have Orlando Padilla, and Dr. Krashimir, and I'm going to butcher this, I apologize, Hristov. Here is Stav. Give me just 1 second here. I have 3 individuals who signed up to speak on item 1, which is the agenda. We don't take public comment on the agenda. My assumption, therefore, is they wish to speak on this overall topic, so we will ask them to come forward here. So the person who would be next is Dr. Krashimir Hirista. Gone? Okay. Then, thank you for your patience, sir. Macy Hennington. Macy Hennington. All right, sir. Go ahead, state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Orlando Padilla, 8 El Arco Iris, Mayor Quintana, council members, community. I am here to talk a bit about veterans and the importance they play in the community and what is going on with them with this crisis. I'm also, I am a veteran. I'm a Vietnam veteran combat, and I'm also a member of the Coalition for Equity and Fiscal Responsibility. I know that the mayor and Juan Oropesa and George Peterson are veterans, and I want to thank them for their service. Our American Legion Post 28 has received no income since March 2020. We are concerned for our future because we have to pay almost $1,000 for insurance and on our building and for more utilities also. Even with the hardship, we are more concerned for our members, which means our elderly are at risk of getting sick. COVID-19 is not an influenza and is much more lethal. Simple hygiene practices like washing our hands and social distancing is good, but that is not the only answer. We need to do much more than that. The closing of the city non-essential entities is and must stop the spread of the virus. We cannot yet return to normal life because this is not a normal situation. The resolution being pushed by some council members are not considering veterans. Allowing large groups to meet has proven to spread the COVID-19 virus. Also, not using masks is lethal. Please keep in mind your actions. You have a responsibility to protect our community. State agencies have to control our community. We cannot let a handful of community leaders decide or ignore policies from the state of New Mexico. The COVID virus hit home with my grandson being exposed by a carrier at a school in Roswell. And now he has to be quarantined, as well as his mom, dad, and the babysitter. How safe are our schools? If we are to open our schools, is this going to happen to some of the other students also? I fear that it might happen again. So I implore all of you. You know, I've been listening to people talk about how bad the COVID is, and yet they're taking no measures to prevent it. You know, all these statistics presented tonight, you know, as far as is that we can open our schools and we can get that resolved. And, you know, nobody has really an answer. But all you have to do is turn the TV on in the morning and you can see how many people are dying from COVID.
Sir, thank you. I have joining the queue, the line, Cameron Hennington. I don't know if I butchered that name. I apologize. Camaryn. Okay, sir. So go ahead and state your name. You have and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Quintana, City Councilors, and citizens of Chavez County. My name is Bobby Villegas, and I live at 602 Estrellita. One of the things that has not been addressed by every speaker that I've seen here is how this virus is spread. And we all know if you go to the top doctors in our country, which is Fauci and Birx, and the other countries that you go to, they will all tell you this virus is spread from person to person. It's a virus that is spread from person to person, the droplets in the air. So if the droplets are in the air, it's been proven over and over again in other countries and other cities that wearing a mask will stop us. If we didn't believe it, some of us would not be wearing a mask, and some of us that believe it are. Roswell, New Mexico is in trouble. Chavez County is in trouble because we still want to believe that we want to support our president, or ex-president, if you will, and because he says don't wear a mask. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. That whole thing's over. The politics is over for this year. So wearing a mask is going to help us stop the virus. I don't care what anybody thinks or says. You have the top doctors in the world telling you that. Incidentally, I also represent the Coalition for Equity and Fiscal Responsibility. We have before us a resolution to protect our children from COVID-19 by the City Council Roebuck. And Council Roebuck, I know you. We worked well at the very beginning. I've been a little disappointed with you, and this resolution, I feel, is more self-serving at best. And at worst, it will put our teachers and children and the rest of us in harm's way. Instead of a resolution that helps the city councilman in his business, why does the city not have a resolution to mandate a mask? So we will not overburden our centers with dying people. The majority of our businesses are shut down, not by the governor, but by a killer virus. If we do not comply with mask mandates, we will go into lockdown. As citizens, I ask that we adapt at least until we have a vaccine. Vote no on this terrible resolution and let us stay alive. Just to give you an example, in the room that we're waiting for to speak, there was 23 of us there and only 5 of us with a mask. There is no question. The common sense just says, how is this virus spread? I think that's the only question we need to answer. And if you want to stick to politics, I suppose that's one thing to do it, but we need to protect ourselves. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Next up, joining the queue is Kim LaDuca. So, go ahead, ma'am. Come on up, state your name and your address.
All right. My name is Macy Hennington, and I live at 4050 East Grand Plains Road. I am a student at Goddard High School. To list every organization that this virus has affected would take more than the 3 minutes that I'm allowed. But I can list the ones that I am involved in. I am a part of the Goddard Mesa program. I am the secretary of the Goddard FFA chapter. I am a teammate on the Goddard girls tennis team. I am the junior class representative for the Assistines of Chavez County. I am a junior class treasurer for Goddard Student Council. And hopefully by the spring, I will be a part of the Honor Society at Goddard High School. Each of these organizations has been set back by the many regulations put into order due to this virus. I have been set back by these regulations put into order by this virus. Not only have I been told to quarantine as a healthy individual, but I have been denied the most basic privileges of life. One phrase that comes to mind when thinking of my year this far is eye-opening. I mean this in the sense of I didn't know what I had until I lost it. Sorry, my heart is beating out of my chest. I took everyday things like school, eating out, and seeing more than 2 of my friends for granted. I think these are all things we took for granted. Earlier this afternoon, I asked some of my peers to give me one word or phrase that describes 2020, and their responses speak for themselves. Here are some of them. A waste of time, devastating, testing, challenging, depressing, and just plain bad. If that doesn't tell you something about how our youth feels, I don't know what would. This is proof that the community is doing nothing positive for our youth. School and extracurricular activities are where myself and many others get our motivation. Everything was ripped away from us without giving any thought of what effects it might bring upon our generation. Let's get back to normal and rise together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I have Donna Johnson to join the line. So that exhausts the list. Oh, Donna Johnson. All right, ma'am, come on up, state your name. Is Kim LaDuca here? Okay, go ahead and state your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Cameron Hennington. I am, 4050 East Grand Plains Road. I am the owner of She's a Dandy downtown. And I'm also a mom of 4. As a crucial member of the community and parent, I feel it is necessary to voice the struggles we are enduring and know the freedoms that are being taken away as a small business owner and the dire need to open all businesses in this community. Operating in the year of 2020 has been tough, to say the least. Moving to online sales is not easy, especially when you're also juggling 3 school-age kiddos and an infant. We survived the first shutdown with the great support of our loyal community, and they have continued to show amazing support this time also, but only because they know. They know without us being open, we cannot survive. They know they will be living in a ghost town. Why is it that people can go to Walmart in greater numbers and my store cannot be open when on a normal day, I always have 5 or less customers at a time? Why am I not considered essential? We have to give the people the option to be responsible for themselves. We can be safe and be open. Give us that right. On another note, I have 3 kiddos that are losing their ambition to learn day by day. I have 2 kids on a gifted scale and 1 who is normally a straight A student that keeps falling off the tracks because he simply does not care. He doesn't have anything to strive for. I have another kiddo that we are adopting and he needs extra services. I'm trying to keep my business above the water and just cannot give them everything that they need. We have got to do more for these kids. What a disservice we are handing them. When are we going to stand up and show them that they are worth it? So I beg of you to help your own community survive and thrive despite these impossible mandates. And please help our kids, which are our future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand Kim LaDuca has left, is that correct? All right, go ahead, ma'am. Come on up. You're Donna Johnson. Go ahead, ma'am. State your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Donna Johnson. My address is 2727 Wilshire Boulevard. I am also a member of Concerned Citizens for New Mexico. I'm retired and a statistician. I'm not going to go over a lot of statistics because you've already heard them tonight. So other than, I will say 73% of the entire state, if their statistics are correct, 0.8% of the state has already been tested. Of that, only 6.2% have tested positive, and we know what the survivability rate is. We've already heard that. I heard someone else speak about opening the schools, and the great Dr. Fauci, he said today schools should reopen. He made that statement today. This virus is killing us. Not the virus, but the effects of the lockdowns are worse than the effects of the virus. As for masks, one disadvantage of wearing masks, or danger of wearing masks, is Legionnaire's disease. I'm a survivor of Legionnaire's disease. You don't want it. I went into respiratory arrest, was in ICU for 3 days, almost died from Legionnaire's disease that masks cause. It's time to open up our city, open up our businesses, and stop this nonsense. That's about all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Counselors, so far I have Counselor Foster and Counselor Best on my list. Counselor Oropesa. All right, Counselor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the fact that Counselor Perry said it. I mean, we can even come forth with this resolution and pass this resolution, but to a large degree, it's not going to change anything. But what it is doing, and what I appreciate Councilor Robert bringing this forward is it allows us to show the statistics that we're not seeing from the other side. And I hate to say side because it shouldn't be a side. But there's several things that I have to argue that unfortunately I have to disagree with. The nurse Aguilar said that COVID hadn't killed a child, but the effects of COVID have. We've had an 11-year-old kill himself with suicide in Hobbs because of the quarantine. This quarantine is killing people. And I have some statistics. One of the other things, though, I have to say is, ironically, the shutdown of Sam's and Albertsons was because of COVID tracing and not because they weren't complying. It wasn't because, and the fact that they had over 4 instances within 2 weeks, they have large number of employees. They had more than 4 employees that got COVID. Did they prove that they got COVID at the store? No, they didn't. They just proved that they had come down with COVID. And so that's why they shut them down. Let's see if, okay. Loneliness among older adults before and during the COVID-19. Trying to find the effects of what's happening. I hate to read this all the way through because there's a lot of stuff, but national sample of U.S. adults aged 50 to 80. These behaviors were from June of 2020, so these are almost current. But the majority of it is more people are depressed and feeling lonely because of our quarantine. It makes sense. Anxiety, depression, loneliness. If you look at the graph at the right, it was 2018 compared to April of 2020. Everything's worse with this quarantine. Prevalence of suicide in New Mexico. These are the rates and how they, from the year 2000 up till 18, trying to get current suicide statistics are kind of tough. But people are dying from the quarantine, not from COVID. We do have people dying from COVID. I have a close friend who passed away. He was in his 40s. He had 3 young kids. They lived in Texas. The young lady that came forward that was in FFA, his son was going to an FFA meet, or whatever you call FFA meetings, a national or a regional meet, while he was still in the hospital. Other states are handling it much better than New Mexico. Unemployment and suicide statistics. This study was recently done. Conclusion being unemployment had the association of 2-fold to 3-fold increase in relative risk of death by suicide. What's happening to New Mexico? We just heard it. A large percentage of our suicide rate, our unemployment. Contrary to many findings, gender assumptions, unemployed women in the U.S. have higher deaths from suicide than the unemployed men. More women are killing themselves that are unemployed. But this hits closer to home. These are our unemployment statistics that came from the Department of Workforce Solutions. As of November 20th, we're at 8.1% in October compared to 4.8 last year this time. Nationally, 6.9 compared to 3.6. Farmington, I hate to, Coach Lynn came up and said that Farmington had 110%. Actually, Albuquerque Journal says it's 175% increase in suicides. 30% of those suicides were children, or 30% of that increase. And last An 11-year-old boy in Hobbs killed himself as a direct result of the social isolation and lockdown, from the Albuquerque Journal. We're not hearing this from our state officials. We're just hearing that COVID's killing people. But the quarantine is killing people, and that's why I am glad that we have this forum to bring it forward and bring it to the public's attention. Thank you.
I have Counselor Best, Counselor Oropesa, and Counselor Kennard in that order. Counselor Best, you have the floor.
Okay, we have covered a lot of information tonight, and I'm not educated enough to use the PowerPoint. I don't have that skill behind me, but I did write a little speech, and it's not really a speech, but it's understanding why we are where we are with the state, showing how the state has got today in the situation of the overstepping authority up north. The State Civil Emergency Preparedness Act initially started in 1978. In April of 2003, the legislative at the time wanted more teeth in that act. So they made the new act, which they pulled out of the Emergency Preparedness Act, and they are calling it the Public Health Emergency Response. In turn, this was pulled out of the State Emergency Purchase Act and placed under the Act of 10A of its own being called Public Health Emergency Response. This is a 15-page legal document that stands on its own now. There are many definitions that have been changed and added. Here is one that I feel that is important to this conversation: court. Meaning the district court for the judicial district where the public health emergency is occurring. That would be the whole state at this point, apparently. The District Court of Santa Fe County, or in the event that the district court cannot adequately provide service, the district court designated by New Mexico Supreme Court. Now, there's 5 judges on the New Mexico Supreme Court. This is called a Democratic state government trifecta. There's 2 Democrats were elected, 2 Democrats were appointed, and 1 Republican was appointed. This one will retire in December. Then I found out a tidbit that the governor of the state can override all district courts, take it to the New Mexico Supreme Court. The governor is the only one, let me repeat, the only one that is allowed to do this on their own with no rhyme or reason. I'm trying to keep MLG out of it, so it may be messed up a little bit. Along with this governor has the estimated of 6 tools in her toolbox. Writ of mandamus, I hope I said that correctly, all right. Violation of OSHA, petty misdemeanors, fines $5,000 and up, removing the license from the businesses, and a few more that I'm not sure of. Keep in mind, most businesses have license by the state. Hairdressers, restaurants, bars, pubs, grocery stores, butcher shops, bakeries, I believe even the pet industry have a state license, and many, many more. That is more tools in the governor's toolbox of closing us down. Termination. The only person, again, I repeat, the only person to declare the public health energy emergency over is the governor of New Mexico. And that is only after consulting the Secretary of Health or automatically after the initial 30 days. After the initial 30 days is where it rolled over to the New Mexico State Court. The rest of this talks about quarantine, utilizing, securing health facilities, inspections, regulations of supplies, so forth and so on. So the nightmare will continue with only with only the governor to stop it on her own time, not consulting to see what the people want, not speaking to our legislators or seeing the decline of the state. There is not a single word in this 15-page document that she has to speak to any of our legislators. This is a great disturbance to me. Our legislators are our link between the governor and the people. When the legislators returned home from the special session and had introduced House Bill 2, that went to Rules Committee and then was dropped. House Bill 2 is to recraft the bill that is holding us hostage. Article 10A, Public Health Emergency Response. Again, the governor is not speaking to any legislator. She is only speaking and communicating with her so-called extended emergency staff. There is much more to this 15-page document. Quarantine and isolation is another big problem. We've spoken a lot about it tonight. In this document, it promises that all will be taken care of. Adequate food, clothing, shelter, sanitation, mental, physical, and spiritual. I believe this is provided by the state per each individual. That starts on page 6 of the document and ends on page 8. That has been a quick synopsis of the public health emergency response. I beg of you, please contact your legislatures and ensure that you are behind them in recrafting this article. If you do not, our families will be in the same situation that we are in years to come. If you have any more questions, I'm available. Thank you.
I have Councilor Oropesa and Councilor Kennard, and that exhausts my list. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I appreciate all the people that have come up tonight and spoken to the council. But I do have to say that the majority of what I saw are concerns in the private industry and not the city. And the motion before us is directing the city manager to open all city facilities and has nothing to do with the private industry. But nevertheless, in my opinion, this body is mandating the city manager to break the law because the governor's health order is a temporary law, regardless of whether we want to admit it or not. I believe we all know that the governor has the power of issuing executive orders that become temporary law. It does not matter what rebellious action we conjure up. At the end of the day, the law is on her side. Her decision-making is no different than our decision-making that we make here at this level. We act on issues that some agree with us and issues that some will not agree with us. However, we do not expect or tolerate individuals that do not agree with us to take the law into their own hands, to try and send us the message they do not agree with us, and that we cannot force them to follow our ordinance or directives. This mandate, in my opinion, puts our city manager, Joe, in a very difficult situation because he will have to decide to either follow this unlawful directive or use his better judgment to not break the law. In my opinion, it sends our city manager the message that we, the council, do not trust him to perform his duties as he was hired to do. Instead, we are stepping in and micromanaging his decision. So, Joe, I tell you, I am terribly sorry we are putting you in this position. we, the councilors and mayor, should recognize the fact that we swore to defend the Constitution of the United States and uphold all state laws to the best of our abilities. So help us God. In my opinion, if I could turn the page. In my opinion, blatantly asking for staff to break the law goes against every principle our nation was founded on, and is a slap in the face of every veteran, but in particular, every Roswell veteran that has served this great country, and for many, sacrificed their lives in fighting for these freedoms and principles. Not to mention, I wonder what the perception in the community is concerning the integrity of each one of us sitting up here. In my opinion, this mandate seems to send a contradictory and ambiguous message to the city manager. In one breath, it directs the city manager to open all city facilities, and in addition, it directs the city manager to get consent from the city council before closing any facilities for more than 48 hours. To me, it means Joe does not have a choice in the matter. On another breath, it is given the city manager, and I say this in quotations, at his discretion to implement any safety protocol he deems appropriate and prudent. So if we are giving him the discretion to make decisions that are deemed appropriate and prudent, then this, in my opinion, allows the city manager, based on his discretion, to not open city facilities if he deems it appropriate and prudent. And the only thing I can say, Joe, is good luck in trying to decipher this mandate. My understanding is this is an action item requested by Councilor Roebuck. I say this because he is the one that has presented this item. But I want to hone in on the wording of the motion. It states, and I quote, "The Roswell City Council directs the city manager to open all city facilities," and I underscore all city facilities, "and return all, again, city facilities or city services to normal operations," end of quote. I want to bring attention to the word "all" used twice in the motion. I want to make sure I understand the full meaning of this mandate. I am assuming, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, this mandates the city manager to open all facilities, including the library, the museum, the civic center, the water department building, the street department building, police department building, all fire department stations, the recreation and aquatic center, the adult center, and any other building under the jurisdiction of the city. It also means to me, and correct me again if I misinterpret the mandate, we are mandating the city manager to open up all city parks, which I would include the baseball and softball fields, the Cielo Grande fields, Styles football fields, the splash pad at the Spring River Park, which also includes the carousel and the train and any other facilities that I may have not mentioned here. And this is interesting to me, because if this is the case, then I have to argue that this becomes a conflict of interest for Councilor Roebuck, and he should recluse himself from this discussion as well as from voting on this motion. In my opinion, Councilor Roebuck would have a conflict of interest of a financial gain, since he is the one that operates the Christmas Railway and stands to benefit financially if the Spring River Park were to be open. It is also my understanding the train is an important piece of equipment to his event. So I don't believe bringing this action at this time is a coincidence, since the Christmas Railway was supposed to be in operation had it not been for the COVID-19 situation that we find ourselves in. So I would recommend that staff should get a clarification from the Attorney General's office before acting on this item, and I yield. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Kennard. That exhausts my list. Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just tell everyone that came to speak and emailed or called me and the rest of us, thank you very much. To any of the kids that are still here or watching on TV, this is no excuse for bad behavior. So I think that I'm one of just a couple that have kids at home right now dealing with this situation. And it may be hard and it might be difficult, but we still are required to do the right thing in this situation. I am glad we had this meeting. I know there's a lot of controversy on why and who brought it up and for what reasons, but ultimately I believe that everybody that spoke here and everybody that has reached out to us feel as though their voice is not being heard up in Santa Fe. And that's what matters. And I know that the legislature just recently met 9 months after this whole thing began. And that is very disheartening, and it agitates me to believe that the governor will not even listen to the representatives of the state that represent each corner of this state. People need their voices heard, period. What originally had started as a slow the spread situation has now turned into months of shutdown. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. Everybody here has that same opinion that I've heard. A lot of people have anyway. Businesses, the small businesses in Chavez County, I just get really irritated when some people say that businesses don't matter. Businesses employ the people that live in Chavez County. They are providing the monetary supply to families in Chavez County who depend on their jobs. Those businesses, they employ Roswell. It is heartbreaking to hear about all of the things that are happening across this city, and to say that the COVID matters more than mental health, or the COVID matters more than the depression from unemployment. I don't know one family that hasn't been hit financially by this, and then added to that, others who have actually experienced the sickness. I don't know what the answer is, and I'm sorry that I don't, and I wish I could. When I hear that 2022 is when we should be expecting to reopen, how many businesses can survive that? How many towns and municipalities and all of that can survive? How many families can survive that? I don't know. And I think anybody that has, I feel like Councilor Roebuck is under attack because he has a business. Well, he may not have one in a couple of months, but there are people that are on this council that could be accused of having a conflict of interest when they are part of another organization. And I'm not saying that that's right, but I'm saying any one of us can be considered to have a conflict of interest because of the other things that we're involved in this community. And so and specifically with this veterans, this discussion on the veterans, I don't know that there's not one of us that doesn't appreciate our veterans up here. And then to make a blanket statement that we're hurting all veterans, well, some veterans contacted me and they want something open. They want our state to be back open. So it's not, everyone has a different opinion about this. But when you see other states around our state open and functioning, and you see no communication with the head leadership in our state, and she tends to blame the federal government for the situation that we're in with no guidance. I would like to have seen that the president dictated what each state would do, and to see how differently she would have responded to that if she was ordered to do something for the state of New Mexico. I just don't see it happening. So all of this to say is I appreciate everybody that came here. I don't know how we're going to fix this, but at some point we have to be heard by the governor. She has to listen to her people. Back when we were in Chavez County and in the southeast New Mexico, when we had good numbers at the very beginning of this, she said, no, you cannot open down there, because then people are going to be coming down to southeast New Mexico, and that's exactly what she just said today, that she's going to have areas that get to open when it wasn't okay back when we were doing good. So, like I said, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilor Peterson and Councilor Moore. Councilor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to thank everybody that came out tonight, but a lot of the issues that was stated are school board issues, school issues. We don't have nothing to do with that here. On the action items, number 3, City Council directs City Manager to open all city facilities. That doesn't have nothing to do with businesses. I don't know where that came from, but the city can't. If the state tells a business to close, the city can't say, "Oh, it's okay, you can stay open," because they're going to get fined, arrested. A number of months ago, there was a mayor up there, I believe it was Grants, and he ordered the city manager to open a golf course, and he got in big trouble over that. And you're going to force the governor to come down here and arrest Joe or fine him, and I don't think that's appropriate, because the city cannot force the state to do anything. The state is ultimate power. The governor is ultimate power in this state, whether you like it or not. She got elected, and you're going to have to do what she tells you. The action item, you know, if the state says, okay, you can open up things, that's good. But I don't think the city council forcing the manager to do this, I think that's wrong. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I have Councilor Moore, who is joining us by GoTo, and then Councilor Stubbs. Councilor Moore, can you hear us? Councilor Moore? We're not hearing her. Okay, hang on. I have 2 on my screen for her. We're still not getting anything. Is she there? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go to Councilor Stubbs, and then we'll come back to her. Keep working on that, please. Counselor Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to thank everyone that has taken the time to speak to us. This is, again, a very difficult topic in a very difficult situation that we're in. I'm concerned that this looks like an agenda that's a revolt against government, and I think we need to sit back and kind of realize who we are and why we're here. I think, again, it pits us against each other, and I'm very concerned about that, and it's very hurtful to me to put us in that situation.
Y'all hear me?
Oh, okay. Stand by, Counselor Moore.
Hello?
Counselor Stubbs, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But putting all that aside, addressing the issue that's before us on the opening of facilities, I want to ask. Hi, Angela. I want to ask if all employees that wanted to continue being employed are currently employed, or no? Have we laid off? Had we?
No, we have no layoffs.
So currently, everyone who wished to continue employment with the city of Roswell is employed.
That is correct.
And even though they may or may not be doing the job that they were originally hired for, their pay has not changed either? They're getting the pay they were hired?
Their pay has not changed, correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I think I have to agree that I have real concerns about doing this opening. Is it in the best interest, really, of everyone concerned? I'm concerned about liability issues from the public. I'm also concerned about if we know we're not in New Mexico supposed to be opening facilities, if in fact we were to open them and we were to have employees that possibly had underlying conditions or for some reason got sick, I just don't think it's in the best interest of the city to put those issues out there. And I'm sorry that so many of our facilities are closed right now, but I think that when you look at the whole picture and the fact that it's done to protect our citizens as well as our employees, that I really disagree myself with reopening certain facilities until they've been analyzed and are ready to open. We don't just blanket open them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Moore, you have the floor.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Y'all didn't hear anything I said a while ago?
We didn't hear anything before. We are hearing you now for the first time.
I'm sorry. I have to kind of agree with about a blanket opening. My biggest issue, I think, is that as leaders of our community, as a place that we have to be examples, and as for us blatantly disregarding rules and laws, I struggle with, and I've said that before, that I really struggle with that. We're supposed to be example and keepers of the law and keepers of the village and so on and so forth. So I struggle. I really do struggle with that. And being on the school side, I understand both sides of that. The kids need the education, and also being a teacher, and also having a teenager at home now. So I understand it all sides, but I also understand the safety side of it. I have the special needs kids, so every other day I have to go home because the kids bring something to school. So because of my illness, I can't stay at the school all the time because of that. Because I'm essential worker, I have to be and put myself into that situation. And I'm okay with that because I love the kids. I get sick. I get all those things. I get those things. But I do want us to begin to think about that everybody's essential. All the workers are essential. All the businesses are essential. I'm not saying that, but we have to understand there's more than one way to skin a cat. And we keep saying that this is not a political thing, but we know doggone well it is. And as a council, I want us to begin to think about what's best for everybody, not just what's best for me or what's just best. I begin to think about, we can't make everybody happy and we can't make everybody mad. But I just began to think we have to think what's best for Roswell, what's best for our city is opening up everything and opening up, the chances of it spreading any more or any worse. It's here to stay. We know that. I totally get, and I do believe that. But we have to be safe either way. So I just don't think blanket opening up, signing something that says we can blanketly open everything is the way to go. I'm like Councilor Perry said, is doing this tonight going to change anything at this point? I don't know because we know. I don't think it will. And if I thought it would be the answer, let's all vote on 10-0 and let's get it done. But I don't think that is the answer. And I also kind of think about this as really putting, I know he gets to be paid the big bucks for that and all that to put himself in that position. But for Mr. Nebb, I just don't. I think we're putting him in a very bad place. And so y'all can, shoot the gun and hide your hands kind of thing. So it comes down, it'll be all on him. So I just don't think this is the way to go, Council. I respect everybody's opinion because I'm not going to disrespect anybody. We can say what we want to say about, ourselves, but we cannot continue to disrespect each other and disrespect each other's opinions. We can disagree, but we should never disrespect. And so I just don't agree with this one tonight. Thank you guys for listening.
All right, thank you,
everybody
Counselor.
for showing up.
I have Counselor Kennard one more time. Counselor? And this exhausts my list.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to Mr. Nebb. Regarding municipalities, a municipality is considered essential, is that correct?
That is correct. Most of the services, again, they're all laid out different pieces, but they are considered as essential services for the public.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Roebuck and Counselor Best now. Counselor Roebuck.
Parker, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
If I address issues about the Christmas Railway, am I in any sort of jeopardy or violation? I don't want to, since it's not a matter about it, but certainly I think there's been an issue brought up about the motivation. I think it's important to clarify that.
So there's two different ways of looking at conflict of interest. The first way is, what's purely legal, and so that falls under the Governmental Conduct Act, and there the two relevant provisions would be, one, to disclose any potential conflict of interest, and two, to not take any official act which would have a direct financial impact on you. So that's the pure statutory legal aspect of it. From a more general ethical perspective, one strives to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. And so in that vein, one takes even more steps than are technically legally required. So in this case, the potential conflict has already been disclosed here through the discussion. And, I would have to say that I could not characterize it as a direct financial impact because it's not directly related, although it may at some point have an impact on that. So I can't say that it would be a direct, obvious violation of the Governmental Conduct Act. Beyond that, whether or not you want to avoid an appearance of impropriety, that is something that you'll have to decide for yourself.
Yeah, that was good lawyer talk right there. Thank you. I do actually. In all honesty, I do appreciate your input and feedback. I'm gonna do my best to avoiding impropriety as well. I would agree with that. To take the higher road is better. So I'm gonna try to dance around this as much as possible. And then I think people who have questions about that should investigate further. Maybe I should just say that, and to find out the rest of the facts behind it. I want to briefly address what the potential is of the action that we take tonight.
our facilities serve all of our populations, and a lot of our resources are spent serving our children. And if we can give 5 of these children, 10 of these children, we help them have what I call, I've worked for a long time with foster kids, and we have something that we call turning points for them. That's what we try to create, from a turning point where they see the world a little different, and they believe that they can be better. They believe they can go farther. And these turning points happen in basketball games. They happen at camp. They happen in all these different places when they have an interaction with a caring adult who has gone out of their way to be part of their life. And they're essential for the long-term health of these children. And so for I stand, we have an opportunity to open these facilities and create turning points for these kids. And I certainly believe in following the law and the rule of law, but I also understand that we have some requirements that moral requirements that may go against the law, and I believe this is one of those cases. We have a moral requirement. We have a moral obligation to help our children who are suffering, some who are dying, and I can't sit idle with that. And while I agree this is not a perfect solution by any stretch of the imagination, it certainly doesn't solve all the problems. Nobody else is putting out great ideas or solutions besides wait, and the problem I have with that is that the governor, and I've spoken with our legislators, and she's not talking to anybody. She's literally won't talk to the legislators about this issue. And so what choice, and I know that, like we had the Amber Dollar spoke earlier, has reached out to the governor. I've reached out to the governor. We've reached out to the governor. She's not talking to us. We had the gentleman, his name's slipping my mind now, but a longtime community leader was talking about the masks and stuff like that. I'd love to sit down and talk to the governor about the mask. If she wants us to pass something about the mask, let's sit down and talk. But that's not happening. The door has been closed. The door has been closed. The door has been closed. And this is going on and on and on. And we don't see an end in sight. And so the faith is broken there. And the ultimate power in this state is not the governor, but it's the people. And it's the people's voice that needs to be heard. And that is what needs to happen tonight. But if we can help 5 kids, 10 kids, 20 kids, I'm willing to risk whatever hit the governor can throw at us. If that's what she has to do, she has to do that. But we have to do what we have to do. And from my perspective, and the reason why I do in this community what I've done in this community, the reason why I'm on city council is not partisan politics. I hate politics. I hate city government. Thank you. The reason why I'm here is for our children. And that is the only reason I am serving on city council. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to help those children. I yield.
Counselor Best, and that exhausts my list. Counselor Foster. Okay.
Joe, if we put you in this position, you don't have to stand up. You can use your mic right there. I like your suit, but that's okay. So when we put you in this position, not yet, when we put you in this position, all of the employees have a choice whether to work in the area that's open or not, and we will follow the CDC rules and guidelines, and if they do not want to work there, they don't have to. They can go, I believe they have holiday pay and sick pay, and then they can move to a different department. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that'd be the quickest response to that.
Okay. Okay, so we won't necessarily, of course, you'll be using your paycheck for this, but we don't get paid as much as you. So you will be using your wisdom, and this just gives you another tool in the toolbox for our citizens.
Yes.
Okay. And I also would like to say, not to you, but the people out there, this is a mandate. It is not a law. A law has to be made by the legislatives up in Santa Fe, has to be passed by both sides, whatever the case may be. It is, I keep hearing that this is a law. It's not a law. It's a mandate. So I yield.
Counselor Foster, that exhausts my list.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
No, it doesn't exhaust it. I have Counselor Oropesa.
All right. There was a couple of clarifications I wanted to make, because this is something that does affect us. If you'll notice, I wear my mask most of the time. Do I think this is going to protect me? I don't. But I wear it because if it comforts somebody that has been sold on the issue, then I do it for that issue. I also know that, you know, dealing with, I am a teacher. I teach 3rd grade, and dealing with my students on Zoom now is so much better than what we had in the spring, but it's still not in-person teaching. And I see it every day that my kids are not getting the skills. We have, as the teacher told us, we have condensed the standards to what is the essential standards now. And it's not the standard, the full course that they need to have. The 4th grader she's dealing with did not get a full 3rd grade. The 3rd graders I'm dealing with did not get a full 2nd grade. So this is affecting our kids. And I know we don't have any choice in bringing the kids back full time, but we are trying to reach out somehow, and the psychological effect that this has had on people to think that we have to wear masks, we have to do so much. This is a virus, and in my former jobs, I grew bacteria, and I fought viruses all the time. You don't get rid of them without bringing the area up to 170 degrees, and there's no way we're going to bring up to our bodies, our houses. This virus will be with us forever. As when it first hit in March, and I was speaking with Mike Matthews, and I said, we're all going to get exposed to it. We are all going to get exposed to it. But what we can do is protect our most vulnerable. But the psychological effect of it is, I have teachers in northern New Mexico. I have principals who meet on Zooms that there are whole schools in northern New Mexico where the teachers will not come back if they were called back to work and work in the schools, because they've been psychologically affected to think that they're going to get sick. And with all the statistics we just showed that hasn't been shown out in public, that nobody else is saying, it shows that this is not the case, that the kids are not the ones that are passing this. And that's the problem that I have with it, is that we're only getting one side. Even the national media is not even giving us the truth. And that's what scares me. I yield.
All right, thank you. I have Counselor Oropesa and Counselor Peterson. Counselor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify a couple of things that some of the other councilors have brought up. You know, it is true that a lot of us have conflict of interest in one way or another because of different organizations that we belong to. However, the conflict of interest that we're talking about here is a financial conflict of interest that, and I hate to be pounding, if you want to call it that, on Councilor Roebuck, but I do it in a respectful way. I don't mean to attack him, but I think it is important for the public to understand that we as counselors have a responsibility as well. And perhaps Councilor Roebuck does understand, maybe he doesn't, I'm not sure. But the perception in the community is that there is a conflict of interest, there is a financial gain to be made by Councilor Roebuck if indeed he opens up his Christmas Railway. And the other issue is, I'm not sure exactly what we mean by a mandate, if we're talking about the executive order that the governor has every right to impose. Because if we're talking about the executive order is not a mandate. It is a law. It is a temporary law that she has every right to impose on the entire state. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Peterson. That exhausts my list. Counselor Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, I want to say I'm wearing a mask tonight. I got COVID back in October, and I battled through it. But before that, I didn't wear a mask. And now that was, I was disrespectful to people. And I'm wearing my mask now. Even though I probably won't get it again. Some people say you can get it again. I'm not sure. But I'm wearing a mask now so I don't disrespect people, because you don't know what they're going home to. They might have an older parent or grandparent that they're trying to protect. So you see me with this mask on, that's because I've changed my ways. But it took COVID to make me think that way. So anyway, going back to this this item, the reason the governor is doing these lockdowns and stuff is so the vaccine will come, so the people that are sick, you know, they can get the vaccine first. The health workers, they'll get the vaccine first. Me, I'm not worried about the vaccine for me, but you know, for my mother-in-law, I would like her to get the vaccine because she's an older lady, and that's a big thing that they were pushing for. Get the vaccine. The vaccine is being made right now, several different countries. So there's going to be billions and billions of vaccines. And I hope the city of Roswell will, once they're available, will give them out free to the employees. Thank you.
My list of speakers is exhausted. At this point, I'll call for a vote. Ms. Call, this will be a roll call vote. Councilors, a yes or aye approves action item 3, which is a directive to the city manager as presented. A no or nay rejects the directive. Once again, a yes or aye approves the directive, a no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Peterson?
No.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, I do apologize. I would like to confer with the city attorney for a moment. Mayor, council members, the motion passes 5-4.
All right. I have a request for a brief recess. We will make it 5 minutes. I have the time right now is 8:01. We will reconvene at 8:06. Councilors, 8:06. We're in recess for 5 minutes.
It's going to get
I wasn't using this because we're not using the vote boxes. Yeah, but I should be looking at this. It does function. But it's a problem. See, the thing is this. I got away from using it because yeah, so I kind of just started not even looking here. But I can't. But now it's still here. Yeah, I know, and I apologize. All right, understand. We only got 9 more hours to go, George. I figure 3 hours an item. We only got 3 more items. To keep everybody awake. That's the reason I'm thinking. All right, Counselor, make sure your microphones are turned off. Counselors, we need to get back in session here. Come on back to the podium, counselors. Okay, it works. Come on. You only got 9 more hours to go. 3 hours an item. Did we lose? No. Okay. Well, it's 8:07. Councilors, we're back in session. Let the record reflect that Councilor Peterson has not stayed with us. He had to leave. So we still have a quorum. We're continuing on. Next up is item number 4. Councilor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me get this in front of me. I move that we approve a resolution in support of the declaration to protect our children from the current harmful COVID-19 policies.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Roebuck and a second by Councilor Best to approve a resolution in support of declaration to protect our children from current harmful COVID policies.
And
Councilor Roebuck.
Let me give a quick explanation. I'm not going to read the declaration. I think those of who are interested have already read it. But the idea here, this is a non-binding resolution of support for the ideas put forth in that document, and showing our support. So that's the idea there. Again, it's not a binding document of any sort, I don't believe. Is that correct? We're just saying, good job. At least that was my intention with the resolution.
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
It is a resolution in support, although I would say that the actual resolve is stronger than that. It says that it endorses the declaration, which is stronger. That is stronger than it supports.
Can you clarify for how that's, just help me understand how that makes it stronger? It still, does it bind the city in any way?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by bind.
It's not
a law, if that's what you're saying.
It's not going to require the staff to do anything. It's not going to change any.
It is not a law, and it's not directing staff to do anything.
Okay, well, that's good enough for me. We'll take it at that. So I yield.
All right, councilors, this is where we're at. I have some individuals that signed up to speak on item number 4. So we will now go to those. First up will be Jesse James Gomez, Karina Yager, and then Althea Hartwell, if they're still here. Then, councilors, in many ways, this is territory or ground we've already plowed. So if we have something new to say, fine. I think, though, we did spend a very productive 3 hours. I would rather not spend another 3 hours on this one. So at this point, we'll turn to the audience. I have Mr. Jesse James Gomez. If you want to come up, sir, you know the drill.
Yes, sir.
All right, so go ahead.
Again, my name is Jesse James Gomez. I live at 2514 North Grand here in Roswell. There's been a lot of talk about conflict of interest. I keep hearing this, conflict of interest. I don't think anybody who speaks out about this has any problem with conflict of interest whatsoever. Right now, Anthony Fauci and his National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Disease will make 50% off all the Moderna vaccine, making him a billionaire. Where's that anger about that conflict of interest? Nobody cares about that conflict. Right now, like I said, right now, the Great Barrington Declaration is giving us an example of what we can do in our community, what we can do to keep us safe. We all know what we're doing. The people who voted for this stuff and helped pass this stuff, I understand this maybe is only symbolic, but it means a lot to people like me, and it means a lot to the families who stood here and waited in line. So please, thank you. Cheers to that. Like I said, when it comes time to voting later on in this year, or whenever it comes time to vote, we will not forget who sided on the side of families and the side of children right now. Because 20 years ago, if we all remember very well, weapons of mass destruction, does everyone remember this? In a flurry of anger and fear, we marched down into war over lies. And that's where we are again, marching down our communities and destroying lives over lies. Please stand up. Please stop this. You have our support of the community. For all of you who voted against this, Mr. Roebuck, thank you so much. You have our support. Thank you.
I have Karina Yeager. Is she still here? Karina? Okay. Then I have, so then she left. Bear with me, counselors. Alicia Hartwell. Is Ms. Hartwell still here? And after her is Dominguez Batista Jr. All right, Ms. Hartwell, come on up. You exactly the same drill. Now, we're now on the resolution. So go ahead and state your name and your address for the record again, and then you have 3 minutes.
Lethea Hartwell, and I live at 7 Sunshine here in Roswell, once again. So I would like to tell you I am the leader of a teen community Bible study here in town, and I just wanted to tell you some of the things that I've been experiencing. We have been meeting kind of under the church rules, and so I can't tell you how many texts in the last few weeks, because we haven't been able to meet since the last directive of the governor, how many texts and phone calls I've gotten from parents and students alike that they're anxious to get back to Bible study. Our numbers doubled this year, and I think the biggest reason why our numbers doubled this year from last year is because there's no sports, because they're anxious to be involved in something, because they need social support, and it's something that they're craving, and it hurts that they're not able to get that. So I'm asking that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Dominique Batista. I'm sorry. Okay. Left. Next, Thomas Wilson. Is Thomas Wilson still here? Or Orlando Padilla or Bobby Villegas? Thomas Wilson, Orlando Padilla, Bobby Villegas. Okay. Left. And, okay, I have a Nathan Solity, I think. Counselor, you can make that out? Nathan Solity signed up to speak on this one. And Donna Johnson also signed up. Okay, I'm getting the indication Ms. Johnson is not here. Okay, so Nathan left and Ms. Johnson left. All right, counselors, I apologize earlier. The request to speak screen is functioning. I was not using it as Counselor Perry, who was with us at the beginning, did not have the option to use it, so I was ignoring it, and I overlooked Counselor Stubbs when she had requested, and my fault. So, questions or comments on or debate on the proposed resolution? I have Counselor Oropesa. Counselor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, this resolution is, I don't remember us dealing with a resolution such as this. And the reason I say that is because we don't have an abstract to really determine where it originated, whether it was, and I asked Parker if he had reviewed this, and he told me that he didn't. And so if it's not a resolution, a binding resolution, I have no idea why we're even discussing it. But nevertheless, I have a hard time with this resolution because I don't feel that this is a coincidence that happened all of a sudden. And again, I gotta use Councilor Roebuck because he's the one that, as far as I understand, was the one that brought the resolution forward. And I appreciate the fact that Councilor Roebuck wants to be an advocate for kids. I'm not questioning his desire to be an advocate for kids. As a matter of fact, I applaud him in this regard. However, the timing seems suspicious, in my opinion. And the reason that I question the timing is because it seems that if, and I don't want to say if, because I think he has that concern for the kids, but if the concern was so great for all the kids, I have to question why was he not concerned and fighting back in April, May, June, and July when kids to open the splash pad, when kids would have had the opportunity to exercise and enjoy themselves instead of staying home. Why did he not fight to have the sports organizations play in May, June, July, or even later for some? Why did he not fight to open the baseball and softball fields to host tournaments? Why did he not fight to open the recreation center and the pools on behalf of the kids, or have the library open on behalf of the kids? Why did he not fight to open the Spring River Park back then? I have to admit that his message that he's truly concerned about the kids is genuine. However, you know, I also have to question or to look at the actions, whether they match the message or not. And as far as I'm concerned, those two things do not match up. The resolution before us, I believe, leaves a lot to be desired as far as wording or even the content. And let me explain why. First, it starts in part with the phrase, "we the undersigned," but it does not identify who the undersigned is or are. The resolution directs individuals to go to protectnewmexicochildren.org to see the list of the petition. And my problem with that is not everybody has access to a computer or the internet. And so in my opinion, the resolution, for the sake of the citizens, should include the list of the undersigned as part of the resolution. And I did go to protectnewmexicochildren.org this morning and saw the list of the names. I verified that at least one individual's name was listed twice. And as of this morning, the petition had a total of 285 names. And out of 285 names, only 159 were identified as being from Chavez County. The other 126 are from the rest of New Mexico communities, and some are from out of state. So when you compare the numbers of Chavez County residents against the Chavez County population of approximately 64,615 people, the signatures on the petition only make up a total of 0.25% of the population. This is only 1/4 of 1% so far that are against the governor's health order. The list consists of only their first name and first letter of their last name. And I, as a counselor, would be interested to know what ward most of the Roswell individuals listed in that petition reside in. That would be helpful for me to know how many from my ward are listed to give me an idea what the message from my ward is. Other concerns that I have is some of the statements made in the resolution that seem to be based on facts, or not based on facts, I'm sorry. And in my opinion, they are based on conspiracies or made-up statements. They are expressed as factual statements with no evidence to back them up with. For example, the resolution states in part, and I quote, "Students who are passing classes last year are now failing," end of quote. This statement may be or it may not be true, It may be true for some, but it may not be true for others. There is no evidence to determine if this statement is true or not. I have no doubt that kids as well as teachers and parents are struggling with virtual learning, as it is a new way of teaching and learning. I also believe that some students can adjust to virtual learning while others may not be able to. But I certainly will not include all students in making such a statement. And if indeed all, and I express all, put emphasis on all, students are failing for this reason alone, that to me does not say a lot for the students, teachers, and even the administration. Another statement included in the resolution states, and I quote, "Students who were involved in sports last year are now involved in drug use," end of quote. My immediate reaction to this statement was, wow. I was lost for words. This is an offensive and irresponsible statement to make, in my opinion. If indeed they do not have the names of each student and verifications that all students have turned to drugs due to COVID-19. I doubt very much that they would have proof, because I have to believe the Roswell Independent School District would not release or discuss such personal information with the public, because the release of such information would potentially be a violation of the federal HIPAA law. And for clarifications, HIPAA is a Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, which was passed by the U.S. Congress in 1996. And in my opinion, every athlete student, and that's the reason that I asked the students here, their parents, administrators, and coaches should be offended with such an absurd suggestion. And the sad part for me is that I hope that several individuals let me backtrack. The sad part for me is that several individuals were willing to list their names on the petition by which they agree with such statement, which I understand is their right. But I certainly hope the list does not include teachers, coaches, or parents of such students. Another statement made in this resolution states, and I quote, "Unfortunately, we now know the restrictions will not eradicate COVID-19. For the sake of our children, we must bravely and confidently return to normal life as recommended by tens of thousands of medical professionals and public health scientists," end of quote. This to me is an exaggeration. The footnotes provided as references only include 5 and not tens of thousands. How can we know if the restriction will not eradicate COVID-19 when this council has not been helpful or willing to enforce the health order? And to counter some of the allegations that were made in the resolution, I want to, I was going to read the whole thing, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to point out that there was a letter by Lucy Hall to the editor, and she questions local leadership has not been leadership at all. And I was intrigued by the things that she brought out in her article. And then there's a statement by the state auditor Brian S. Colon, which I will read. It's pretty not very lengthy, and it comes from the Albuquerque, New Mexico. and it states, as a statewide elected official, I know that my actions matter. This is true for all public servants, elected or appointed. We lead by example. When an elected official blatantly defies a public health order intended to protect New Mexicans and lives, I am appalled, said Auditor Colon. New Mexicans see the state auditor as a watchdog. They look to me for accountability. While I am limited in any official action I can take on this matter, I am not constrained from expressing my deep disappointment. This pandemic has taken its toll on all of us, and I emphasize with the children and families forced to adjust to these challenging temporary norms. New Mexicans statewide are feeling scared, exhausted, and overwhelmed, but it's better to work through these feelings than to engage in actions that harm our families and communities. The sooner everybody takes responsibility by following the state's public health orders, the sooner we can gain control of the spread of the virus and return to normal. Please do your part. Follow the state public health orders, stay home, practice physical distancing, and wear masks. And then there's an email that we got from Joe back in November 25th, which comes from the New York Times. And at that time, the top 5 what it says is where new cases are increasing fastest. And there's a top 5, and out of the top 10. Out of the top 10, this list includes 5 of New Mexico communities. And of course, this is not just the Roswell community, it's talking about the county. And the first one in the list is Gallup from New Mexico. The second one is Hobbs. The third one is Farmington. The fourth one is Albuquerque, and Roswell comes in on the 10th spot. And then I went in and I looked at updated information on the same website. And again, Roswell jumped from 10 to number 3 with 1,519 cases. And then I went in and took a look at the National Public Radio, some of the articles in the National Public Radio, which is an American privately and publicly funded nonprofit media organization based in Washington, D.C. And it differs from the other nonprofit membership media organizations such as the Associated Press, in that it was established by an act of Congress. And most of its member stations are owned by government entities, and it serves as a national syndicator to a network of over 1,000 public radio stations here in the United States. And the topic was coronavirus is surging. How severe is your state outbreak? And it gives a map, and it's color coded, and each color has is identified of what it means. It has red, orange, yellow, and green, and each one has a threshold and determines how the spread is checked or unchecked or what have you. And the red is a threshold of 25 or more cases per 100,000, and it indicates that the spread is unchecked. The orange has a threshold of 10 to 24 new cases per 100,000, and it indicates the spread is escalating in the community. The yellow has a threshold of 1 to 9 daily new cases per 100, and it indicates potential community spread. And the green has less than 1 daily new case per 100, and it indicates close to containment. And then they give a chart of the top 5 states, and unfortunately New Mexico is on there, that they're all in the red coded sections. And it's South Dakota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, New Mexico coming in fourth, and Minnesota. And average for that week, it was 2,108 cases per day, at 101 per 100,000. But the significance of this, for a 2-week trend, New Mexico had an increase of 54%, while Minnesota had 3%, and all the rest of them were all in the minus. And then I took a look at another article, Pandemic Takes Toll on Children's Mental Health. And this is by Leslie McClurg, and it was written November the 28th. And there's one piece that really caught my eye, and the subtitle of it was Alarming Trends. And it states, even before the coronavirus hit, mental health problems such as depression and anxiety were on the rise in children ages 6 to 17, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Research shows social isolation can make these symptoms worse. Currently, there's little hard data about how the pandemic is affecting children's mental health, mostly because the outbreak is still unfolding and the research takes time. And the last one I want to share with is an article by Sharon McCammon. And it's titled Evangelical Doctors Group Pleads with Churches to Stay Home. And it states, as coronavirus cases spike, a national group that represents thousands of evangelical Christian doctors and other healthcare providers is asking churches to stop holding services in person. In a statement provided to NPR titled A Plea to Our Churches, leaders of the Christian Medical and Dental Associations say that Christians who persist in holding large gatherings at this time could appear to care only about our individual freedoms and don't care that we may be contributing to others getting this illness because of our selfishness. Churches in several states have violated local rules or filed lawsuits claiming that coronavirus restrictions that limit in-person gatherings violate their religious rights. The Christian Medical and Dental Association statement asks congregations to consider meeting online until the current surge is over. The organization had previously urged churches to obey authorities who have implemented coronavirus restrictions. And finally, it says the statement prepared for release on behalf of the group's 20,000 members nationwide also says that the group is saddened to learn not only that many churches have ignored our guidelines, but that congregants have become infected with SARS-CoV-2 as a result of those decisions. In an interview with NPR, Dr. Jeff Barrows, the group's senior vice president for bioethics and public policy, said Christians are commanded to love their neighbors as themselves. And one of the most tangible ways that we can do that at this moment in time is to avoid any in-person gathering, especially as larger churches, he said. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. I have Councilor Kennard and Councilor Foster. Councilor Kennard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't intend to try and imagine why Jacob Roebuck would suddenly start fighting, but I can imagine why. It makes me sorry that I haven't been able to come up with some idea myself in order to push back. But I think that many people that spoke to us this evening have demonstrated those those items that are in the resolution that you are questioning, Counselor. But I think that the goalpost keeps moving for us. If we are indeed looking at reopening in 2022, the goalpost is moved out, and that's 2 years, and that's a long time, and that's not temporary, that's permanent. And I think that enough is enough. And I would say, why haven't any of us fought for the people and the businesses in our community more than we have? You ask, Counselor asking Counselor Roebuck, why aren't any of us doing more? We have the most restrictions, yet our cases keep rising. I don't know how much more people can take, and that's who we need to be listening to. And I don't know that it matters how many constituents in our ward are supportive of something. We represent the entire city. Thank you.
All right, I have Counselor Foster and then Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. It gets to the restrictions. Reminds me of a snake oil salesman or faith healers, and when their items didn't work, it was because our faith wasn't strong enough, and that's a lot like what I'm hearing about. It's because we didn't enforce masks. That's why we're so bad. But wait a second, of course, the up-to-date version of what you're saying, you were reading about the New York Times, it does show us as number 1 today. But there again, you start wondering where these cases are coming from and where all the testing. But the fact of the matter is, in all the cities in New Mexico that were on that list, you can't tell me all of them didn't wear masks, didn't enforce their restrictions. Albuquerque enforced they gave out fines. Santa Fe gave out fines. Farmington, McKinley County, they locked down to the point where they couldn't even come into towns, except for several weeks where the towns were closed. So, but yet they have just as high, and they're on the list. So it gets to that point where I get tired of hearing, well, it's because we didn't enforce something. Well, first of all, we didn't say don't wear masks. We just said we weren't going to expend city funds on an issue that we weren't even sure that we could enforce. I think it's kind of ironic. I walked into a convenience store today, and I had my mask in hand. I was about to put it on, and the clerk said, "Sir, can you put your mask on?" But the guy in front of me didn't have a mask. The guy standing in front of her at the counter didn't have a mask. But that's how we've gotten to that point. And there, it irks you to the point where it's like, well, wait a second, you saw that I was putting the mask on. Well, I'm going to do my job and enforce it. And you don't want to get mad at employees trying to keep their jobs. But you get to that point where you get upset. And we shouldn't be at that point. We're not working, the governor's not working with us, doesn't want to hear from us, doesn't care what we think. And that's the problem. The other problem I have is in your statement, you're putting words into this resolution that wasn't there. All is not there. It just said there were students, athletes, who had turned to drugs. We just heard testimony about student athletes turned to drugs. We just said, it didn't say all students are failing. It said some students are failing. Well, guess what? I've anecdotal that I have children who are failing. That there's an athlete that I know personally that she was an AB student. She had 3 Fs on her report card. They are failing. That's the problem. This long distance doesn't work. Now, the problem is, the city council cannot change, but we can make a statement. We can let people know that this is a failure, and this snake oil salesman that says that we locked down and it's going to go away, it's a lie. It's a virus. It will be with us for the rest of our lives. We will either become immune to it, or we will have some ability to fight it. We will have vaccines. Some of it will work, some of it won't. We take flu vaccines all the time and still get the flu. But we understand that why are we ruining the lives of all the majority of our young people when the chances of them getting sick are so small? And even if they do get sick, the chance of them dying are even smaller than that. That's our problem. And you just say it's not political, but then why is it the state auditor is entering into stuff? This is political, and all the statements you brought, half the things you read, that was read to us, actually confirms what we've been saying and why we should pass this resolution. I yield.
All right, I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselors, I'm going to ask at this point that we try to stay focused on the matters before us. We have a resolution. Let's talk about the resolution, and then we can vote on it, and we can move on to the other agenda items once we vote on it. I have Counselor Stubbs and Counselor Oropesa. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very concerned about this as well, and I have to agree that we don't actually have much of a resolution ourselves, other than we're endorsing this declaration to protect our children from harmful COVID-19 policies. The language there concerns me. It's also very apparent to me that this is a Roswell-based declaration, and I'm concerned about the things it covers. Let me just mention a few things. It's producing, or the current lockdown policies are producing devastating effects on short and long-term public health. And the results, to name a few, include lower childhood vaccination rates. I'm not sure where the data is on that. Worsening cardiovascular disease in years to come. I know I've seen it. I don't know that has been actually proven now. It's such a short term that we've been dealing with this. And so I'm concerned about that. The other thing is on the second page of this, it states, unfortunately, I'm on the second paragraph of the second page of item 4, if anybody's following me. We now know that restrictions will not eradicate COVID-19 for the sake of our children. We must bravely and confidently return to normal life as recommended by tens of thousands of medical professionals and public health scientists. Again, where are the tens and thousands? Who are they? What have they done? I don't have data there. And in the therefore, we will ignore policies from the state of New Mexico that harm our communities, especially our children. Very concerned about that statement, that we'll ignore policies that will harm our communities. Again, where's the data, and what is the definition of harm our communities? The next statement there is we'll work to reopen our schools and resume arts, sports, and other cultural activities using reasonable, responsible precautions. What about math, science, problem solving, reading, history, writing, and composition? No mention of those things to me. I agree that art, sports, and other cultural activities are important, but my gosh, haven't we forgotten here the most important things? We will adopt measures locally to protect vulnerable populations. Who's we? if I'm supporting this, I need to know more information there. And then in the next to the last sentence, or paragraph there, I guess, furthermore, we will seek to frustrate any state agency enforcing harmful policies in our communities with any means available to us. I'm sorry, I can't support that. And I want to, this is from Dr. Scrace. I asked for some information. Basically, this is called herd immunity. And he says the approach is pretty dangerous and has been proven to be ineffective. He said, we're edging now toward a 5% total infection rate, and herd immunity requires 60 to 70%, which means we'd have to go to 12 or 15 times more hospitalizations and deaths in order to reach what we're talking about here. So another 22,000 deaths are needed, as opposed to just behaving responsible until the vaccine is available. Let me just find it, I'm sorry. The other thing that I asked for, a lot of this I don't really understand, but if there's an additional surge in the state, it affects the whole state. Presbyterian said today 28.5% of their inpatients downtown are from areas around the state. They're not from Albuquerque. He doesn't have specifics on UNM, but guesses there are 35 to 50% out of Albuquerque residents. He goes on here, but my point being that I think we have to think about what we're doing in respect to the whole state, that what happens here in southeastern New Mexico affects other people, just like what happens in northwestern New Mexico affects us as well. And I think this is fairly, I'm going to say irresponsible. It's something I can't support, and I think there's just language in here that we really better watch more carefully. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I have Councilor Orpesa. That exhausts my list. Following the councilor, I will call for a vote. Councilor Orpesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a clarification concerning the remarks Councilor Foster made. And I guess he got mixed up when I was using the word all, because I didn't use the word all for item number 4. I used the word all for item number 3. And so I will repeat what I said. Another statement included in the resolution states, and I quote, students who were involved in sports last year are now involved in drug use. Never did I ever say all students. Or all students previously. So I just want to make sure that words are not put in my mouth when the minutes are recorded. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor. I have Councilor Stubbs wishing to speak again. Councilor
Thank
Stubbs, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it. I neglected to say something that I thought was important, and that is this is off the website of the New Mexico Education Association. And the reason I went to their website is I thought, who has spoken on behalf really of the teachers and Councilor Foster, of course. But I mean, I wanted to get a general picture of in New Mexico how they feel, and I'd like to just read this very quickly. This is off their website. It says, like decision makers, educators struggle with the tension between keeping ourselves and our families safe and mitigating the cost of our students not being at school. The data in this report, and they actually took a survey of several thousand teachers, the data in this report confirms that our state's educators are also often caregivers in their own families. They care for their own children, they care for their aging parents, and in many cases, both. Educators are very concerned with compliance at school, with mask wearing, social distancing, and the avoidance of large gatherings. Statewide, only 22% of staff believe districts are prepared with proper cleaning supplies, staff, and the protocol to adequately maintain health standards for virus prevention. Finally, educators are concerned about expending their own sick leave if they contract the virus and it takes weeks to recover. They also have made the following recommendations, and let me read 3 of them. Learning must remain virtual for the first semester of 2020 until the virus is under control. Secondly, the Department of Health must provide clear and responsible plans for testing and contact tracing, especially for educators, students, and schools. And thirdly, school districts must provide clear and responsible plans for enforcing CDC guidelines and PED mandates. The burden of disinfecting, securing PPE, mask wearing, and social distance enforcing cannot be simply piled on educators as additional job responsibilities on top of instruction. I just think we need to take into consideration who else we are affecting when we look at something like this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I have no one else on my list at this time. Did we lose Counselor Moore?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, 8:52. Fair enough. All right. I will call for a vote. A yes. This is going to be a roll call vote. A yes or aye approves the resolution as presented. A no or nay rejects it. Once again, a yes or aye approves the resolution. A no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Counselor Oropesa?
No.
Counselor Stubbs?
No.
Counselor Moore?
No.
Counselor Roebuck?
Yes.
Counselor Kennard?
Yes.
Counselor Best?
Yes.
Counselor Foster?
Yes.
4 to 3, motion fails.
Thank you. For those one not who may be confused, even though a majority voted for this, resolutions require a majority of the governing body, which means 6 affirmative votes. This is state statute. Correct me if I get any of this wrong, Mr. Patterson. And so, therefore, the resolution does not pass. Item number 5, Counselor Best.
I'd like to make a motion that the city manager is directed to research and present to the governing body of the city of Roswell options, including but not limited to financial incentives to assist the local healthcare community, including the local hospitals, to retain and recruit critical healthcare workers during the current COVID-19 crisis.
I have a motion by Counselor Best and a second by Counselor Foster to direct the city manager to look into providing financial incentives for recruitment and retention of healthcare, critical healthcare workers. Councilors, this once again something you can blame me for. This came out of the discussions I have on a weekly basis. There is concern that we are not able to retain and recruit the needed personnel to actually provide this level of service that our space permits. In other words, we have room at hospitals, but not enough healthcare workers or nurses and other practitioners to care for them. The intention here is to, if it is the will of the council, to ask the city manager to look into options, to research, to come up with ways that maybe we can help our community. So that is the full purpose here, the scope, and we're open for any questions or comments. Councilor Oropesa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this has been an ongoing objective since at least you were elected as mayor, and even before then. I believe there have been ongoing meetings with different players on this topic, I do not believe that the city manager needs to be reminded that we have a serious issue concerning the healthcare community, especially since we are trying to address the COVID-19 issue. Instead of this mandate, we should be helping him with the issue by this city mandating the health security order be enforced as much as possible to try and tackle this issue to slow the spread and hopefully hold it back enough until we see the vaccine being administered. Again, I see this mandate by the council as a way of this council micromanaging what I believe that the city manager already knows what is needed in this area, and it also sends the wrong message of no trust to him, in my opinion. And perhaps if I was in Joe's shoes, maybe I would be looking at the writing on the wall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Counselor. I have Counselor Best wishing to speak. Counselor, you have the floor.
Joe, I trust you. There's another counselor speaking for me, and I don't think that's right. I trust you with everything we present to you for you to go forward with. And if this is taken that we are trying to give you a direction and telling you what to do, what you already know to do, to me, this just gives you more pat on the back to know that we trust you and that you're going to do the best for the citizens of Roswell.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. We still have Counselor Moore. Okay. Because Counselor Orpesa is. Oh, forgot your jacket. All right. Counselor Orpesa has departed at 8:59. All right. I have Counselor Stubbs. Counselor Stubbs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern about this is the anti-donation clause of the state constitution. The healthcare facilities in Roswell, to my knowledge, are almost all for-profit. And, I mean, I know we can work with them, but to research and present options, including financial incentives, to assist them. I mean, it seems to me we sort of know what they are. I'm assuming that is their realm within their business plan to be doing just that. And, I mean, I think we all understand, too, that the problem here, as well as anywhere in the state and probably most of the country, is there aren't enough people trained to do these jobs. And other than paying for their education, I don't know, I don't understand what else they can do. I think they're doing all they can do. So I'd just like a little more explanation. Thank you.
All right. Let me let Counselor Roebuck speak, and then I'll come back to that. Counselor Roebuck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an idea that, it's not even an idea, it's a request for an idea. And I don't see any harm in, the governor came out in her last statement and she said that her issue was, and I don't want to misquote her, so if somebody feels I'm misquoting her, please jump in, but she said her concern was that we weren't going to have, our healthcare system was going to get overwhelmed again. That was her concern. And I think there's nothing wrong with us being a little proactive and prioritizing, even though he knows he's got a lot of things on his plate, prioritizing this for the city manager, saying this is important for us to see what can we do. Am I hopeful he'll come up with something? I'm skeptical, but I think it's worth a shot. You know, I think in situations like this, we got to try things, and maybe they'll come up with some idea that's like how we can get 5, 10 more healthcare workers. And if he comes up with an idea that can do that, great. If he comes up with nothing, then we're no worse off than we are now. So I don't see how this hurts us in that way. I do agree with, we want to be careful we don't over micromanage, but again, I think at this point we're just adding some prioritization to him. I also want to say, Joe, that your job, as far as I'm concerned, which is only 1/10 of this thing, is not in jeopardy in any way. I yield.
All right. Briefly, I will say I don't believe that anti-donation applies in a situation like this. Ms. Ms. Call.
Excuse me, Mayor, Council, for interrupting. Councilor Moore left,
Okay.
which left us without a quorum, although Councilor Perry did get logged in at the same time. One left at 9:01 and the other one logged in, so we do have a quorum.
Okay, good to know. So, thank you for putting it all on in perspective. Thank you. So, I don't believe anti-donation is an issue here. We have all kinds of incentives we have utilized for business retention, recruitment. We recruited Mr. Neb, and that, I believe, is something that's of value to our community. In any case, that will be a decision made, whether it's a violation or not, by a court of law. And we're just looking for options at this point. So, I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter. Yes, we do. We have Councilor Perry, right?
Correct.
Oh, it's so good to have him back. Councilor Perry, go ahead and share.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thankfully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did I understand you to say that research had been done and that there would not be a conflict of interest in this? Did I understand that correctly?
I don't believe conflict of interest came up on this one. We're on item number 5, Counselor.
Yes, sir. Forgive me for I'm not giving the correct language, but there would not be an anti-donation. I'm sorry.
Okay, I don't believe so. I've not claimed to done the research on this, but we will have that as an option, and that can be discussed, that can be part of the presentation from the city manager.
Okay, I apologize for not understanding that correctly. On this particular item, I have spoken with many in the healthcare industry, especially within the administrative end of things and within the human resources end of things. My understanding is that the problem is not a financial problem, that these hospitals, that these healthcare facilities have the financial abilities to bring folks in. The problem stems that across the board, across the nation, that hospitals across the nation are in the same boat that we are in, that they have the facilities, just do not have the number of workers. As a matter of fact, I had a healthcare executive today who I will not name. I don't want to cause him any distress, but said that part of the problem as well is that there are many healthcare providers, specifically nurses, who have just chosen at this time not to work out of fear from this COVID crisis and the number of potential problems that underlie with them and taking that home to their families. I'm reluctant, just because I'm understanding from the healthcare side of things that money is not going to be an answer for this. Mr. Mayor, could I just ask if I was to vote in the affirmative on this, to see if there is areas where we can be beneficial, because I definitely believe we need to try to find ways to help the healthcare community. But if I did vote in the affirmative to allow for there to be investigation and moving forward to try to find ways to help, what kind of time frame is being put on this to be able to allow for staff to look at this?
My intention, Counselor, is to let the city manager use his discretion, look at all options, and he would get back to us in a timely manner. I have confidence in that, but I'm not a micromanager, contrary to what some people believe. And financial incentives was just one. It said including but not limited to financial incentives. So that would be let Mr. Neb and staff look at options.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think then because of your clarification there that not limited to financial, that I believe that possibly and potentially I can support this to see if there are other avenues to be able to be supportive of the healthcare community. I've got to yield. Thank you.
All right. Counselors, I apologize. I overlooked, we had an individual sign up to speak on this matter, and I apologize, Ms. Stacy Wolkowitz, and I apologize if I butchered the name again. Ma'am, I'm sorry. I should have called on you sooner. I got distracted. So please, the same drill, unfortunately, it's for the record, it's the name and the address.
Okay, too bad my name's not Jones or something. It'd be easier for you. I'm Stacy Walkwitz, 5003 Thunderbird Road. So I wanted to speak on this issue because my husband is a medical provider and runs a rural clinic. And I have a lot to say. Also, my mother endured critical issues, healthcare issues during lockdown. I have, as also a freelance journalist, interviewed a lot of hospital administrators, hospital workers. I have personal knowledge of medical workers through my husband. And I can tell you, as Councilor Perry is saying, I don't believe that money necessarily is the issue as far as these corporations that own the hospitals have been given hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not sure where they have gone, honestly, because our local hospitals are struggling. And I can tell you that the mandates from the governor shutting down all elective procedures absolutely decimated healthcare in the state. I can personally testify to that. My mother was left without a chance to be biopsied, left for months untreated for cancer. If she had it, we had friends die from cancer who were not able to get in, get the tests they needed. My husband now sees sicker patients than ever before with manageable problems if they had come in. There's also the fear-mongering, as he says. People are constantly fear-mongered not to get out and not to go in and not to see their doctor. That affects all of these healthcare facilities. My husband's still working at half hours. Our hospital is at half staff, half capacity. My mother was left in a room for 16 hours with no pain meds because there was no bed for her. This is where we are, and it is because of the strict mandates, shutdowns. Now, all of these healthcare workers that were laid off have gone to states that are open, that are managing, which compare the states around us, compare states that are at our size. They have remained open, and their numbers actually are better per capita than New Mexico. I've got the data to prove it. So our problem is, how are you going to attract these workers back to a state that is shut down more than almost any other state in the nation, where schools are closed, where all activities are closed, where no arts and entertainment will be open for 2 years? That was her beginning statement, which proves she has no plans to open. And she feeds us back our freedoms and tells us we have to earn them, and then punishes us with the mask thing, which the greatest study yet from Denmark just came out, where they tried to prove the effectiveness of masks, and they ended up proving that they are ineffective.
Ma'am, time's up. Thank you.
I could go on and on, but thank you.
All right, understand. I have no one else wishing to speak on this matter, so therefore I will call for a vote. A yes or aye approves the directive. A no or nay rejects it. Do we have Councilor Moore back voting?
We do, Mr. Mayor. She still is logged into GoToMeeting.
Okay, very good then. So once again, a yes or aye approves the directive, a no or nay rejects it. Ms. Call, please call the roll.
Councilor Stubbs?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Moore? Councilor Moore? Councilor Moore, can you hear us for a vote, please? Counselor Roebuck.
Yes.
Counselor Kennard.
Yes.
Counselor Best.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Counselor Moore, one more time.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Motion passes unanimously.
And that's 7-0?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right, next to the last item, we still have a 42-page presentation by the city manager. Councilor Best.
I'd like to make a motion for the city manager is directed to discontinue lease negotiations with the New Mexico Department of Health for the extension or renewal of the lease of the building at 611 East Challenger Avenue at Roswell Air Center.
I have a motion by Councilor Best and a second by Councilor Foster to direct the city manager to discontinue lease negotiations for the Department of Health for building number 611, which is located at 9 East Challenger Avenue. Did you want to share some information, Mr.
Yes,
Nebb?
Mayor, City Council, just wanted to bring an update to this. After the publication of the agenda on November 25th, Wednesday, we received a signed lease agreement from the DOH, so they had completed their portion. We had been in negotiations with them back and forth. I think the last go-around, Mr. Patterson had asked for some better language into the agreement. We changed that language, we sent it back to them. So on November 25th, we did receive a lease approved by the Department of Health. Just a little bit of the detail on that, and then I think you're just going to have to amend your terminology of this because the negotiations have ceased anyway because they're completed. And so it's really going to become an action as to whether or not you want to approve the lease. Department of Health had been in this building since December 1, 2000. It's a building of a little over 18,000 square feet, 18,700 square feet, I believe. We were receiving an annual rent of $102,420, which is a little less than $6 a square foot. Through this negotiation, we asked for a market value of $12 a square foot, so that number goes up to $225,408 for the next year. There is a 3% cost of living adjustment. I believe it's right at 3% for every year. It is a 5-year agreement with the ability to extend through written agreement of both parties for an additional 3 5-year terms. I believe those are all the details with that, but I would state that asking the city manager to discontinue lease negotiations would be moot at this point, and so you may want to reconsider the question.
Mr. Nebb and Council, we do have two individuals that signed to speak on this, saying Mr. Tim Jennings and Mr. Sarah MacArthur. Let me build on this. This is once again an issue that I wanted to bring forward to the council because I know the feelings of some councilors. What I would suggest is that this lease goes through normal procedures. It's a lease offer. It will go to legal committee. Then it would go to the entire council, subject to the actions on the lease. We've gotten a lease offer, so negotiations are essentially moot. So I would suggest that we either table or discontinue this, but let's hear from the public first. I have Mr. Tim Jennings and Sarah MacArthur. You want to come forward and speak on this? Go ahead and state your name and your address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Tim Jennings, 3968 Cottonwood Lane here in Roswell, and I was just going to comment a little bit on that district health office. The district health office covers the eight counties in southeastern New Mexico on Highway 70 up to Clovis all the way down to Alamogordo, plus Eddy and Lee counties are in that as well. And this office just happens, all 8 of those counties, it's where we're centrally located. It's a very nice area for our people to use. It's very beneficial. There are about 30 to 35 jobs that would be probably, if they elected, if you cut the lease and they tend to move out of town, which would be very possible, would be 30 to 35 jobs we could lose here, which I think would have a very strong effect in Chaves County. 35 jobs is 35 jobs. These healthcare professionals, it works in very well where they're right there by the rehab center, and as far as working together with people on getting people to come from other areas of the state into our rehab center, it works very well. It also works very well with the Roswell campus on trying to get more students involved in our Roswell campus. I would hope that people understand that the value of all those people being together and having those other 35 healthcare professionals in here. I think the state's has been pretty good to our community, and I don't think that this was intended or anything. If anybody was upset, is why this is on the same agenda with everything else. I think it's a shame that it was, because I think it indicates that you really don't care if they're here or not, and I'm really sorry that happened. But I hope that you do appreciate the value of having the district office here in Chaves County rather than having in Eddy County or in another county in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. MacArthur, once again, for the record, please state your name, your address, and you will have 3 minutes.
Wow, it's a long night, guys. Yeah. Okay, Sarah MacArthur, 609 Mimosa Drive. I'm a little startled because I thought I'd be saying something else, but here I am saying something nice. Great, super, I'm glad you're going to do that. So when I was a county director in Eddy County at the Income Support Office, it was my job to actually create a whole nother unit, because I felt like I was responsible for bringing jobs down from Santa Fe and creating an opportunity for another unit, another 7 jobs, and another opportunity for another leadership role. So when I hear that we want to give away jobs out of the southeastern part of New Mexico, it kind of irks me. We need to be getting jobs here and taking them from Santa Fe and saying, hey, look at us, we can do this work. We don't want to give away jobs. We don't want to cancel leases. We want people to actually say, hey, look, there's jobs and opportunities, and there's even places for us out at the base. And we get money for that by leasing that. So the last thing you want to do is not renew a lease. You have 35 people there, you might be able to expand it. And oh my gosh, wouldn't that be in keeping with your other resolution? You want to bring more medical people here? The last thing you want to do is actually get rid of the Department of Health, who might in fact be able to help you get more medical people here. So I don't know, maybe those two things go together. It's just a thought, as Mr. Kraft would say. But thanks for doing that.
I have Councilor Foster and then Councilor Best. Councilor Foster, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I have Councilor Perry as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is one of the things that I've been working on before COVID. A problem I have with it is that it's not that I didn't want the state here, and central. We are centrally located. What I didn't want was the city to subsidize, and that's what we had been doing for 20 years. We had them out at the base in this building at lower rents than they should have been paying, and what I wanted them to be out renting from landlords in the city of Roswell, who actually are paying property tax. When we start looking and identifying, and Senator Jennings was on the Economic Development Task Force looking to do improvements out at the base, one of the things is they don't meet the guidelines of what the business out at the base. And so and we're not counseling a lease with them. In fact, the 20-year lease runs out today. And they waited because it ended at November 30th. So December 1st, they don't have a lease. They signed a lease, but we haven't gone through of approving it. And that's the problem, is it wasn't that we didn't want them here. We're logically the best place for them because it is centrally located. I just wanted the fact that the city was subsidizing the state, and it does seem like in lots of things, the city is the one with deep pockets. Why is the city subsidizing the state? Why does the city, we had an issue where the DOT came to us and wanted money to finish part of the highway in the city of Roswell, and they came to us to ask for extra money. For some reason, the city of Roswell has all the deep pockets, and that is the other problem. Is the problem. We should not be subsidizing our state. Now, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor, to table this.
I
and send it
have
to
one
legal.
more speaker. How about if I come back to you?
Okay.
I have Counselor Best, and we'll come back to you. And Perry, excuse me. I have two
So-
more. Oh, yeah. Go ahead,
Okay,
Counselor Best.
it's a long night, and I'm sorry. I do agree with what Counselor Foster has said. I am tired of subsidizing the state and them treating us the way they have, not speaking to our legislators, our citizens. They've punished us, but they don't expect us to, I don't want to use the word strike back, but I am going to use the word strike back. I think it should be more than $12 a square foot. I think it should be somewhere around 20 or 30, even though we're not providing salt and water to these folks. I think they should pay what they haven't paid throughout all these years. Is there a 90-day out on most of our leases? Is there been a 90-day put on this one to where we can get out if they don't follow through with what they say?
There is a termination clause. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I believe Mr. Patterson's looking it up.
I think most of them are 90 days, if I remember correctly, out at the base. And I feel this is, and I hate to use the word good old boys, but this lease was made back close to, 19, 20 years ago, and it should have never been made as long as it is. That's just bad business. And people say Roswell is not a business. It is a business to keep us afloat, and rent needs to be paid. So that is my statement. I don't think we're getting enough for in return what we should be getting, and the way they've treated us in the last year and a half, 2 years. Parker, was there a 90-day?
It's 180 days.
Okay, and why is that so much? Just because they're bigger and better than one of our warehouses out there, to where the little guy gets slapped in the face again? Or?
I'm not sure where the 180 days came from. I believe it was in a draft that maybe it was in the previous agreement, and they took it out, and then I put it back in, and that's how we got the 180 days. It's kind of a legacy.
Okay. I take offense to that, because now you're giving the state more leeway, and that is our building. It is on the flight line. We could utilize it for a better purpose than that. And that, of course, is my opinion, and I do have a tendency to give my opinions out, but I really don't think it's fair, 180 days, when our little boys in the warehouses and hangars only get 90. I don't think that is a fair trade. So, thank you.
And Counselor Perry, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Couple of things that I want to mention and then get some clarification. If there are concerns about the health department being in our facility there, I think that there's time to discuss and to talk about those things. I think that right now is absolutely the worst time to be telling the state of New Mexico that we want you out. I think that we've heard about the number of employees, which I'm grateful to have here locally, but there's nothing at all that requires that the regional office be placed centralized. To my knowledge, That office could be moved to Carlsbad, could be moved to Alamogordo, could be moved to Clovis, could be moved to Hobbs. I think with us having the largest population in southeast New Mexico, that it's crucial that we have such an operation here locally. I want to say also that regardless of feelings of statewide, I want to publicly say that I think that Jimmy Masters and the folks in that office do a very good job at trying to balance the desires of our community with the requirements that come down from the state. I think they do a phenomenal job at that here on a local level. I want to say that I went out with Councilor Foster. Hold on just a second. My wife's putting my oxygen back on me. Give me just a moment, please. I want to say that I went with Councilor Foster and with the Economic Development Director and the airport manager to tour the facility. What I've seen that they have done with the facility is phenomenal. The state-of-art technology that they have to manage such an operation, I had no idea that the amount of money that the state had personally put into the regional office here in Roswell, New Mexico. If we were to, at a time like this, put them out when we are right on the brink of having a virus vaccine available to our healthcare workers and then to the general public very quickly, I'm afraid of what that would do to southeast New Mexico and our abilities to get our healthcare professionals and then our general public that vaccine, because of the criteria necessary to handle such a vaccine. This is not the time for this, and I would like to ask, I guess, as a question, if this is just tabled or put aside, would that mean that it comes back up at a later time? Would not the better decision be from the council at this time would be to vote no against this measure and allow the contract to go through its proper procedure and going through the legal committee for vetting and then back to the council as a whole? I personally have had great response from Caroline Burkle and from Victor and from Dominique in the governor's office, and I believe that they've heard the concerns from this council, and I believe that with their help that we could come to a negotiation that would be good for Roswell and also be good for southeast New Mexico. So I'd like to know if indeed what is the better option there, if we vote no and then allow it to go through its procedure, or if we table, does that mean that it's tabled and we're coming back to the motion which is at hand, which was what I understand to be would be to not extend anything and have them looking for a place. I yield.
All right, Councilor Best has communicated to me she is prepared to withdraw the motion. Councilor Foster, who seconded, will be agreeing to that. Mr. Patterson, would that be an acceptable resolution to this matter?
Yeah, then it would die for lack of a motion.
Okay. So, Councilor Perry, any further questions?
No, sir. Thank you, Councilor Best. Thank you for Councilor Foster as well. I think that all of our community need to see that we we'll go through the proper procedures there. Thank you all. I'm yielding.
Okay, stand by. I don't want you to lose the quorum, so don't leave. Councilor Best?
Okay, so I would like to withdraw the city manager in his direction to discontinue the lease negotiations of the New Mexico Department of Health for the extension and renewal of the lease of building 611 9 East Challenger Avenue.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we lost our quorum.
Okay.
That killed it too.
That killed it too? All right. Fair enough. Well, then, we are finished for the evening.
Parker, 90 days.
Slides. I have 42 slides.
Yeah.
No quorum, yep, all
That's
right.
So I
will
get to
send an
save my
email.
comments for, I get to save my comments for next time.
Parker, 90 days.
All right. And I asked
That's
him,
only
I even
fair.
asked him to stay on.
I know, he was gone.